Hello guys. Good morning everyone. How's life? How's it going? How are you guys all doing? Hello. Hey Trimota. Hey Sigi. Hello guys. Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys all doing? How are you guys all doing? Here we go again. Time for some comfy Sunday action. Time to get some gaming news recap. Well, that will be a bit later though. First we're gonna play some Fallout. First, we are gonna play some Fallout. Let's start it up. Let's not waste time. Hey, boss face, hello. How we doing, man? How are you doing? Alright, posted, close. 1 moment to get the pinny going. Alright, then posted. Boom. And the pinned. Alright, good. There we go. Alright, let's get the game going. Nice boss face, nice. Doing good, man, doing good. Doing pretty good. We chillin', we chillin'. We chillin'. A little warm today. Again, the sun is out, less windy. Maybe they're gonna be AC time actually. Could be. Could be. A little less wind today. But overall, not bad. Overall, not bad. Alright, pause. Let's go. Overall, not too bad. There we go. Got some swimming in the morning. I went to grab some food at the store. All good. All nice. Very good. Yeah. Did this stuff already. Overall, pretty nice. I didn't sleep that much. That was kind of like trying to get my schedule sort of under control a little. I know, like the Fallout 76 sessions on the other channel are a little bit dangerous for the scheduling, I guess, sort of. Just becoming a little too late, and I want to have my mornings for the swims. I get that swimming in the morning. Which, I mean, at least today I kind of did, but needed to wake up a bit early. Not necessarily, I could go a bit later too. Not that big of a deal, especially in the sea. Not like there's gonna be more people there. Plenty of space here, thankfully. And the beach is massive here, so that is not a problem. That is not a problem. It's still kind of nice to do all that stuff early in the morning. And then have some time for other things. So yeah, we're gonna do some Fallout 2. Then gonna get the gaming news recap for the week, probably around 1 p.m. today, because yeah, it's holiday week, so there is actually like not much going on whatsoever. So we're gonna be done with it probably pretty fast. Then yeah, tomorrow gonna be day off, and then on Tuesday we back. Then on Tuesday we back, and the rest of the next week are gonna be streaming. That's gonna be the plan. So yeah, tomorrow gonna be sorting out my. Actually, not sure about tomorrow. Probably I can. Then I got the applied for the insurance for the drone. I think I need to wait until that is done. It should be pretty fast though, but obviously they're doing it only like on work days. So tomorrow, I doubt I'm gonna get it like early. If I get it tomorrow, then probably already close the evening. I guess we'll see though. Maybe they will do it fast, and then I can also try to already apply to get to the final paper, the license and stuff for myself already, and then we should be good. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Other than that, probably gonna be some shopping for New Year's already, and maybe also gonna go actually like to the Dank malls here and get like the Croc store here. get like actual Crocs probably. They got like the shitty flip-flops. Very cheap ones, but yeah, that is not very good. That is not very good. For me, it's not too bad, even though I did get a whole bunch of blisters already at this point. But yeah, friend, I got some sort of like even like the joint pain from that. So that is not good. I'm gonna probably get some Crocs maybe. We'll see. We'll see, and if they're not too astronomically priced, which they kinda shouldn't, I think. I should be good, should be good. Gonna get some. Gonna get something a little more comfy. I didn't really want to, really, because it also means you need to travel with that stuff. And I kind of was trying to, like, you know, minimize the shit to carry. But we'll see. Whatever, I guess. I'm already kind of gonna be, like, carrying a bunch of extra stuff, probably, so might as well, I guess. Might as well, I guess. Thank you, Bossface, thank you. Yeah, it's gonna tomorrow, hopefully gonna be productive. I'll also do some swimming, deal with a bunch of other stuff. Hopefully will be good. That hopefully will be very nice and very productive. Sent to have, you know, the day offs for the productivity, but it is what it is, I guess. Anyways, we're at the Gecko. I'm gonna try to maybe get that glorious Vault City citizenship then. And the Smoothskins arrived.
Hello there, Smoothskin. The name's Harold. I help keep this town running.
But we got hello. How we do, man? Running the tone.
You cut with the dull edge of the knife, don't you? You don't look like an orange peel left in the sun all day. Your skin's still soft and purty. What you need, youngster? Whatever it takes to keep this place together. Better job on it than me.
Please come in the
Well,
port.
sorta. Our atomic reactors are mighty sensitive. The people I got running it mean well, but, well, they are not the sharpest tools in the shed, if you know what I mean. Need a little time on the whetstone yourself, huh? I mean, they are not too bright. Here's an example. The other day, I get a report. On it, it says the main coolant valve should be shut down. That would have caused a meltdown. That would make the Grand Canyon look like a pig wallah. Oh yeah, that would be bad. Now, I got things fixed up in time, but we came close to the end there. Whew. They need someone to watch out for them. Who'd have thought I'd be making things right? Although, if we don't get a hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator pretty damn quick, there is gonna be trouble.
Let's see. Where do we get that?
Well, technically, it's a thingy.
See what got I see. Kim hello. How we do, man?
Without a functional hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator, we are leaking radioactive coolant into the groundwater. Now that means anyone using that water is not gonna need a nightlight to take a midnight piss. Also, we need more fuel because our power plant is not burning it very efficiently.
Do we get
Well,
that?
I'm certain those ornery bastards in Vault City have one. Not that they'd share. Hell, Even if we had one of those thingies, I'm not so certain Festus could install the dang thing. Well, they'd only help us if they thought it was in their own best interest to do so. Not much chance of that happening. They shoot ghouls on sight. Makes conversation a bit tricky. We need a hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator, and it needs to be installed soon, or we have got some real problems. If we don't get it, you can bet those boneheads from Vault City will shut down our power plant permanently. Take dirt naps. Vault City doesn't play nice. They'll just come up here and kill all of us if we don't get that part. Well, at least I'll have a tree for a monument. We need a hydroelectric magnetosphere
buy the fuel
regulator.
from
We get our fuel
Broken
from
Hills, alright.
the Broken Hills. That's a mining community some ways south. What you need, youngster? Well, you might try talking to Woo's over in the Harp. You can't miss it. It's just across the way. What you need, youngster? Jealous? His name's Herbert. I talk to him when I get lonely. Just kidding. His name's Bob. What you need, youngster? Garden of Eden creation kit? A Geck, right? I seem to remember Vault's had those. Don't know where you'd find one today.
I'll see ya. Dzięki śpiesy, dzięki man, dzięki. Doing good.
What you need, youngster?
Alright, so we can need to fix, get the part and fix shit. My name is Lydia. Help Harold mostly. People get hurt, I help them out. Harold do what? Help Harold administer the town, and there's always more paperwork to do. Can heal people. And before the war, I was a doctor. I've been almost 160 years ago. That's true, but the radiation seemed to have given us ghouls a longer lifespan. Of course, it took almost everything else away. Yes, we look like friggin' freaks who don't have any skin, for Christ's sakes. Yes, you have seen better days. Could say that, and trade in all those years to be a normal person again. Much hope for that, I suppose. Those fools in Vault City would share the medical technology. Sure, we could cleanse the excess radiation and heal ourselves. Not sure, not sure. Won't help you? Been to Vault City? Then you tell me what you think the chances of getting help from those bigots is. You might as well watch a dog chase an asbestos cat through hell. Not the asbestos. Only providing some healing. Alright, fine. I'll need to hunt down some books here potentially, hopefully. Okay, move. Oh yeah, the parts for the car also we can get here. Oh there, looks like you're another tragic player. Have time for the game? I yelled at him, calling you out. Look at one little game take. But if I have enough skill for that already though. Damn it all, let's go. I got a new deck that I want to try. Alright, fine, let's see. I've already enough. I would, fuck you, you're dumb. I've crushed you. I can build an even better deck with your cards. Come on, I need more. I need more. No more skill for this one. Okay, we need more of them decks there then, looks like. Around this place, you dump, sell drinks, trade all for things, tell stories, and play tragic. Play tragic? A dumb but tragic, the garnering, a most addictive thing since Jet. Now, tell me more. Garnering isn't just a game, it's an obsession. Cologne either. Something that the way it changes a person's life is tragic, but they just don't understand. No, really, it's wonderful. You should play in just once. The first box of cards is free. A little something from me to you. Alright, sure. Just the first part. Now that you one of us want to play a game. Well, you already kind of automatically did play one. Show me how. Well, it's simple really, and even someone dumb can understand it. First, you build a play deck out of the cards that you have, and then you... Bobcat. All people who played Magic back in the 90s, I see, I see. It wasn't exactly like that popular back home. I think I know people. They did actually have like some like promotion and everything going. I remember on like some on the gaming convention they were giving some starter packs and stuff back in the day. Still kept them laying around actually somewhere. Wonder where. Probably in my apartment somewhere, I guess. That they sure did them. But yeah, we didn't really have a lot of people interested in that stuff, so I never really got into it, even though in general, like the deck building I do like, but yeah, mostly played only the digital stuff. Not Magic either. Other games. Let's play. One, fuck you, I need a ruling on that. I just got lucky this time. Deck of mine just didn't work. Got to build a better one. And then the breaks. I'm not gonna be mean to him, I guess. I'm gonna start yapping about playing around the time, man. Tell stories and got this great story, really funny. You see there's this head, right? Head, eh? It's a head, but it's not attached to a body. You see it's been severed. Severed head, I see. Just hold on a minute. Severed head, you see it's in hell. And it flies around there, you know, in hell. And it runs into all kind of famous people there. Head is in hell and it flies around doing what? Well, it's doing stuff, you know, it's got things that it wants to do, maybe things it's forced to do. The point is, it's doing stuff, you know, there in hell. Oh god, I can't stand it. Kind of obsessed about this, don't you? Just don't understand, it's all about a severed head, get it? It's funny, how can you think about a severed head in hell of all places and not laugh? Pretty sure I don't want to, I need help, immediate competent help. Fuck you, just like all the rest of them. You're hilariously funny, not my fault that you don't have a sense of humor. Alright, sure, sure. Well, let's see what you have there. Trade, I was ready to trade tragic cards. I got a couple of old Volks newbies, a Black Dahlia, and some rare earths. About the trade, the proper one. And not that much. This is actually not gonna work, I think, for the Vault City. The mods are low. How we doing, man? Good morning. How we doing, man? How is life? I always wanted to get like into some like the magic or something like that. Some more 5-head, you know, like tabletop activities. But we never really had people for that. Never really had enough interested people for that. It's like a hobby store. All the like tabletops, you know, the Warhammer, magic, all that kind of stuff. They had like those gatherings in the evening there. It kind of seemed nice. I remember at some point they had like job opening, and I was like, damn, that actually sounds kind of cool though. You know, just working in the store like that, nerding out, doing those gatherings in the evenings and stuff. But then, bro, they had like what, like 300, I think, or something bucks salary or whatever. Which even like for back home is Not very impressive, especially for Moscow, you know. Let's see what we got, alright. Nice, Babaka, nice. Yeah, that one apparently is pretty nice. That one apparently is pretty good, huh? Heard about it, haven't played, but heard them. Otherwise, did seem kinda like it could be interesting. I think an interesting workplace there. Maybe one day, who knows? Though, like the store nearby to my house actually closed, I think now. They open a different place. They're like a whole chain. They also do like once a year, I think, like some mega meeting. They just like rent out like some kind of like resort sorta hotel. And you can go there. Like pay sorta for, you know, for living in the hotel. There's some sort of entry fee for the whole weekend. And you basically get you know, accommodation, get the food, and it's pretty much the whole weekend of all different like fucking tabletops. Lots of people playing stuff, you know, some like, well, I mean, they bring theirs and stuff, so you just kind of go there, and it's like 24/7. I think some tables and stuff are running literally at night and stuff too if you want, so. Also did sound kind of cool, huh? Yeah, that sounds like a cool one. That also was like, yo, anyone wants to go? Like, don't want to go alone. Nope. No one's interested, huh? Alright. I'll see how it is, huh? Oh, there, Percy Crump here, a master merchant in this locality, but you can call me just a plain old Percy. Yes, you can. Heck, everybody does. Now, what can I do it for? Alright, what's going on? A whole lot new here in town. Here, Wooz rooped some newbie out of a black orchid the other day. Anyhow, other than that, my friend Woody's done gone missing. And what about that? Well, you see, I had a friend named Woody. That Woody, he can sleep like nobody I ever did see him. What's worse, he likes to travel. Really likes to kick up the dust, that one does. Ain't so much of a problem around here, that is, but last I heard Woody was going to take a stroll over to the den. You know where the den is, I know. Well, anyhow, it's like I've been saying, that ain't so much of a problem around Gecko, but you see people in other parts ain't so the way we look. Can't you put two and two together? I'm worried that Woody might have taken himself a nap in the den. It's a long trip after all, and then they would have buried the poor cuss alive. I need someone to go look for him there. And well, I miss him, that's why. Siblings moistly at you. See, you want to know what's in it for you? Usually the part where I get more interested. I know where I can get a hold of a heck of a lot of pre-war stock of a genuine Radex and Radaway. Don't do me no good, no how. But I figured that out to be worth something to a smoothie like you. Gonna take the job for me or not? Only pay off if I know Woody is safe. How much is a heck of a lot? A darn sight more you'll ever need. That's how much it is. Gonna do it? Alright, sure. How about reading though? Yeah, I can saw that one, but yeah, I haven't played them. That kind of game is usually not exactly my jam. The side scrolls and stuff. Sometimes, sometimes I feel like them. Mostly if it's like, you know, trying to be kind of Souls-like. Otherwise, not really. But yeah, does look nice. Does look nice for enjoyers. Got some cash, but we don't really have much to sell though. But we in the market for some books. Books, we need them.
What you be need?
Something else to sell. But I can like lock in some water boots now for the whole team.
Yep.
For good for the toxic caves. I don't need that. You can actually blast in through the shotty ammo. I guess worst case 10mm it is. Alright, what do we have here? We got the mighty fine toolkit there. Snapball fainted. I'll trade you this fuel cell controller for it. Okay. It's a deal, bro. Need that mighty fine trade. I should be able to just plug that sucker in and get your car working. Hell yeah. Let's get her started to put things together here. Things to want to look at. Doesn't seem like we have anything at the moment. Just sort of tinker with things and take them apart and try to put them all back together. Mostly make them work better sometimes. I'm keeping myself out of trouble, know what I mean? Think we can help? See, I need a darn 3-step plasma transformer, and the only place I can figure to get one is from the supply room. And get it from there. Kinda wore out my welcome there. It was only a little fire too. I could have happened to just anyone. Anyhow, they won't let me anywhere inside the reactor building now. Need someone else to get my part for me. How do I get it? Just gotta get yourself a supply requisition form. Once you have that, just give it to Jeremy in supply room, and he'll give you any darn thing you want. You can get supply requisitions from Harold or Festus. They'll just give it to me. Harold in settlement, Festus in the reactor control room, but you might have to kinda get the forms on the sly, if you know what I mean. Gotta steal them? Well, yeah, I guess so. You might ask them, but I wouldn't put your chances too high there. Alright, we'll see. See what we've got to see here. The Tarubin one. Now in second I wasn't doing like wasn't going for some crazy builds in second. Well, second is kind of like more on the longer side. So kinda when I did do it on stream, I did kind of try to go for a little more kind of, you know, optimal build, I guess, to be somewhat fast to get through it, to not take too much time. But in one, yeah, in one I did some stuff with builds. Guess one you can finish pretty fast anyway, no matter what. The Denki stuff probably is like going for like the Jinx build. When everyone around, not just you, is super unlucky. That is kind of fun. That was kind of fun, actually. Can work in two, I think, also. Also have the Pariah Dog and stuff that you can actually take then. So it actually is kind of viable, potentially. Yeah, with an arm, yeah, I think I also did in one. Just to be sure that I'm still functional, I guess, when everything breaks for everyone. Finding some books here at least, that is very good. I need to check actually if it aids some... Oh, lockpicks, that's very good too. Okay, not reading. See. Alright, nothing around here. The super underground this house. Gotta get them cheese puffs there. Oh, their main name is Gordon. Gordon of Gecko. Here you go. How'd you do here? I look for opportunities. Like what? Ways of maximizing my potential worth. Sounds like greed to me. I am greedy. Most people misunderstand greed. Greed is powerful, a driving force. Throughout history, mankind's greatest achievements were driven by men that wanted to better their positions. Driven by greed. Greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Does greed have to do with Gecko? So far, not much, but in greed lies Gecko's salvation. Important information about the survival of Gecko, but I can't get anyone to listen to me. Kind of information. Well, I calculated that if our reactor was running properly, we could generate an enormous amount of excess power, far more than Gecko needs. Yeah, so... I also found out from a very reliable source that Vault City cannot expand without additional power. Reliable source who? One night I heard a voice calling to me from the reactor pit over there. A voice out of shadows. Didn't know what to think at first, but what the voice said sure made a lot of sense. Its figures all check out to him. Don't know who or what the voice is, but the facts all tally up just like it said. Did the voice say? The Vault City, you see, has enough power for their current needs as long as they are careful, but the Vault power plant that they use was never designed for the increased load their city is putting on it. It's at peak capacity right now. Without more power, they can't expand. They say hello, good morning. Our power plant's working better. We could trade our excess power and technical expertise to Vault City in exchange for medical technology. And without more power, Vault City will burn out their reactor within 15 years. And Gecko's reactor isn't repaired. We won't last half that time. Without medical technology, all of us ghouls are going to die off in the next 20 years anyway. Everyone loses if Vault City and Gecko don't cooperate. Somehow don't buy that. Not at all. I got my end covered. I'd be the natural choice to administer this project. Greed is my driving force, but thousands of lives are saved by it. Greed is good, at least it would be, if I could get anyone in Vault City to read my economic data. Councilor McClure in Vault City would love to get his hands on that data. Seems like someone who's ruled by reason more than prejudice. Well, I have all the relevant economic data on a disk. You may have it if you promise to show the data to someone in Vault City that can understand and make use of the data it contains, but be discreet with it. To everyone there, I will be happy you talk to us, ghouls. Alright, sure. We can do that. A voice from the reactor. Who could that be? Oh, did I ever notice that each Brahmin has its own personality? Well, if you watch them as long as I have, you sure notice. Do you hear them? Guard the Brahmin or help Skir in his workshop. Skiren. So the mechanic, he'll take apart almost anything that you bring him, gets most of them back together too sooner or later. Sometimes things end up working better than they did before. Already seen him. Usually in his workshop, south of unfinished reactor. Can't almost never drag him out of there. Some of the junk in the yard. Well, some of this junk is left over from when they were building the reactor before the war. The rest of this stuff, I just don't know. Skeeter collects all kinds of stuff. Anything unusual? I mostly stick to my business, but sometimes I think I hear things late at night. Hear things? Not sure, mind you, but I think I heard people, at least I thought it was people, coming and going from the reactor pit late at night. Every night? Don't know if they were people or what, but usually it's just every couple of nights. Noises coming and going from the reactor pit. Don't know what's going on and I don't want to know either. I'm telling what might be down there. Alright, fine. Sure. Voices inside your head tell you how much better you are than anyone else. They tell you that someday people will kneel before your greatness. Smiles and nods. Doesn't everyone? I had you pegged for that type when I first saw you, but I wasn't sure. Get out of here, I freaky nutcase. Alright, sure. Nothing here. On the entrance. And my cheese puffs, though. Whenever you further need them. That would be nice to have some. Probably if you could find some right all the way down there, actually. Remember you kind of find them close, but don't remember where exactly. We have some more books around here somewhere, brother. That might be kind of nice. It's kind of alright, I guess. I think I gave you my involved city, so now it is gone. The pliers. Oh, let's get the reactor still in return. The underground there. I'll do the reactor and maybe get some of the stuff done. Actually ask for acquisition and convince him. Wonder. You can find them there in reactor building.
What you need, youngster?
Don't have this stuff.
Well, you might try. What you need, youngster?
Okay, I guess I'll need to find that. You also don't have that, I guess. Doesn't seem like it. Guess we'll try to find some there. Oh, friend, I have to let you know that if anything goes wrong, any known ghouls like you are going to be blamed. Alright, sure. A Marcus in the team? Could be, we'll see. We'll see. The problem is like, yeah, the mini gunning is a little... It is a little dangerous. We'll see. Do you want help? Fine then. Reactor control room, supply room, robot control room, reactor pit. Now we can actually kind of find them anyway, though. The door to the right, or whatever. Oh yeah, the key cards, though. Jeremy has a key guards, and the security doors have keys, as do some of the people that live here in the reactor. And that's safe to live here. Well, I tend to like the background radiation leakage here. Glowing ones really like it. None of us would feel very well without it. Yeah, we're gonna be always bursting there. Background leakage. I wouldn't worry unless you plan to stay here for more than a couple of weeks. Most radiation that the reactor leaks goes into the coolant water, and then we pump that back underground. And the little bit that leaks above ground just feels good to us somehow. Fine. Yeah, your plasma actually kind of works with them too, right? It's like energy weapon, it still kind of works. Still works, I think. The guy with requisitions there, eh? Their name's Jeremy. I'm in charge of the all-powerful supply cabinet here. I'm keep track of all stored supplies. All-powerful? Maybe not all-powerful, it's pretty damn important. What do you want? Something from the storage. Something from storage, you need a request authorization form. Do you have a request authorization form? And where do you get it? Get one from either Harold back in the settlement, or you could get one from Festus right here in the main reactor control room. Don't care who you get it from, as long as you get it. No request authorization, no parts. That's the way it works. Sure. Actually go in. I'm not gonna be allowed. This did be kinda allowed. Close it. I might get the stuff anyway. If there will be anything interesting. Ah, there's the cheese box. Alright, I remember there was someone around. You leak. You do that. Don't. Okay, I said he's gonna do that. Because now everyone's in. Close it. The doodles. Sure. The worst part, like with Marcus and all, if you get also dog meat or something, like, oof, oof. That poor dog is suffering, man. And it's in general kind of suffering in the end game, I would say. No matter what. Hello, you boys. Key cards. That's what we like to see. Oh, we get much good stuff anymore. Can't go here anyway. I think there's like the science books or something in some of the things here. Yellow key card. A yellow key card. Well, we do have one, but that's not the one that goes here. Actually, wait, is it? Is it really though? Nah, that's the wrong reactor there. We get some of them key cards then. I mean, we for now don't have parts anyway though, so not that big of a deal, but still. We only get the blue. Talk to Harold if you want a key card. Maybe he gives only when you get the part already. Give us the code of them.
What you need, youngster?
Doesn't exactly... Doesn't exactly have the option for that though, huh?
Well, sorta. Oh,
We
yeah.
do have this shit, but we
Who'd have
needed
thought
the
I'd be making
key
things
card.
right? Although, if we don't get it, we need a hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator,
Yes,
and
we
it
have
needs to be
though.
installed soon, or we have got...
Yeah, let's go get the part. I think I should be able to now that we got the economical reports. We should be fine. I technically could also go to the den. Save the friend. And fix the car too. Maybe we should. Fine, let's go. Ooh. Oh yeah, I might actually be on time. Looks like I am. So we can get caravan to Reading, and from there go to Den. Pick on. Good. Not get late though. That works better. Entertain some booze, eh?
What's up? You got that?
I gotta hide the forbidden stuff. Yeah, that one doesn't trade. These guys probably... Oh yeah, I need to check the courtyard trader. That one might have books now. Think we need this? I don't think so, huh? Nope, unlucky. Alright, sure. So, we got the good stuff. Might have a part that could fix Gecko's power plant. What do you mean? The hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator can make their plant run clean. It's an acceptable solution. Stopping the radiation poisoning is all I care about. And where can I get the parts? Go see Randall, Chief Amenities Officer. He should have the part in stock. There's one other thing. I might find this economic data disk interesting. Sorry, economic data disk? What do you mean? Economic data disk shows the amount of energy the Gecko's atomic power plant produced before the war and could produce again. I see. So what does this have to do with me? As I understand, Vault City's power generator can only support almost so many people. In fact, it's already nearing its limit. I'm going to ask how you came by that information, but if it were true, what are you proposing? As the Gecko power plant is fixed, disk indicates it's possible it could produce enough energy for Vault City too. A looks like reactor would need to be optimized first though. He's suggesting we seize Gecko and take their power plant. I will not, no. Receive optimization data for their plant. I'm betting they would be willing to trade their excess power for medical assistance. As far as medical assistance goes, I'm not unsympathetic to the plight of the ghouls. They have certainly suffered enough, but how could we optimize their plant? There's someone I can talk to once the plant is repaired. No objections to your proposal. I can find some means of optimizing the plant, let me know. Nice. Keep the economic disc and study it some more. Perhaps I can persuade Council to enter negotiations with Gecko to trade for their power. Data disk would be a strong argument in itself. Hell yeah. The net just wants ghouls to burn. The chief amenities. This one then. It said you have hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator in stock that could have. I said you'd be stopping by, Pipiega, right? Wait 1 minute, I'll go get you a hydroelectric magnet high mag. Alright, sure. Here you go, the one high mag. Kinda looks like a lava lamp, doesn't it? Oh, don't drop it, it's pretty fragile. What else do you have in stock? So, okay, yeah, the same stuff. I'm gonna get that citizenship first. Alright, do you have any books? They're very lucky. Let's start buying some batteries though. Guess we'll need that stuff. Oof. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. That's a lot of cash to waste there. Alright, let's go. I'll need a guard. Let's go. Easy 1000. Well, still easy. This one actually might get kind of boring though. Shit. I think I need to figure it out. The last time I just kind of like completely exited the map instead. Oh no, this time they're actually gonna be good. Alright, Highwayman versus... okay. I'm about to go get some XP here then. Gonna be some easy XP too. I think it's not even like our merchant dying though, that's the thing. Don't even need to get close here really. But maybe I'll get some XP. Ah, come on. Come on. No, yeah, it's gonna be another nice loot indeed. It's not gonna work after this. Ooh, damn, so not bad, not bad. Massiva, massiva. Yeah, I do say let's move already. Okay, Magnum's go to big probably. Even though he's probably still gonna be using the Desert Eagle instead, I guess. Yep. Fine. Maybe. The weapon away. Let's do it this way, maybe. The Magnum he can do more shots potentially. Might be better. You know, he like doesn't hit much yet, so maybe you don't actually want to unlogically, but whatever.
What you be needing?
More stuff, whatever. Oh, the shotty ammo is actually good, huh? When it comes to the boss armor, the boss is kinda dirty there, you know. I'll take his shit.
What you be needing?
Could ditch this for now, maybe. Could use it also, I guess. Yeah, I think I will. And give the ammo to Curiosity then. Oh, don't need that much rope, that's for sure. This has good price. I guess maybe we can take that too. Thank you, alright, that will do.
What's up?
To be honest, like even if I'm not gonna be a part of this caravan anymore, it still sounds like worth. Instead of 1,200, and we're gonna sell a whole bunch of these guns right here. Technically, you should just leave and it's good, huh? Otherwise, I'm gonna glitch out. Okay. No, that shouldn't be our caravan guy there. Although, dying. Why is he there? I guess that works. Let's reset the encounter. Seems like it worked. Good. Hell yeah, even with the bonus. Alright, now we go then. There's Metzger actually also waiting. I'm gonna beat his ass. I might need to wait a little more for that though. Be a little more. Does not already have the combat skills. No, technically we could. Now with the whole team. A little more. But the car is not gonna be a problem much too. Can check the traders actually while I was there, but I don't think there's like a lot of book insurers there. Well, shit, that's gonna be fun already, looks like. Intel select you, wear the armor. Did he hit select you? Bro. Yeah, that's the flamethrower injury is there. Monka. Guna. This shot might be better. Dealer. Get him, see if we get him. Good. Okay, we'll leave it for now. Perfect. Ooh, on the 3 AP. Okay, not perfect. Okay. Sleep might die down. Yep, accidentally hit him there too. Come on. Yep, so that one coming. I see. Sure. Them claim jumpers. Let's see how it is, huh? Slaver caravan. Could actually attack them even. Oh, now it glitched out. Okay, see, almost. Maybe I didn't need to attack them. Come on. First attempt, you did it all clean. This works good, huh? Let's like get the armor.
What you be need?
Well, actually, now that we're back, might as well go sell all the stuff. That's a good trader here. And get some money off of that. Okay. And this one not refreshing the stock. And then we're getting all the gold there. Well, I'm gonna get all this gold now, but we can get even more than that.
What you be need?
We're going to go check on a dock also. Probably no boobs there. For 800. Come on. The ammo also. 25. This is probably not really gonna need them. Let's get like 10 millimeters. I could still kind of mess around, but got better stuff now, I guess. Don't really need it. Okay, fine, whatever. Get the rest from you eventually. So I guess this one doesn't refresh his money supply. Alright, let's go get the quota. Save the ghoul. This thingy here that I picked up in Gecko. I'll Smitty here take a look at it. Sure, here it is. Well, now that looks to me like it's an old fuel cell controller. Bet if I use that with the old highwayman, I could get her purring like a kitten, huh? Well, you see, I got this car, Chrysalis Motors Highwayman. He's a beaut too. I used to say nothing can stop a highwayman. Built tough, that's what they were. Got to with me? Well, you see, I thought I need a battery for the thing, but all I really need is a fuel cell controller. Them things was always going bad on them. I got one of those. That right. Here's the deal. Give me 2,000 and I'll sell you the car. Heck, I'll even install the fuel cell controller for you. Should run good as new. Even charge it up with some extra microfusion power cells I got. Alright, sure. Take it easy with her till she warms up now. I'm gonna charge it though every once in a while. Also gonna be expensive, but you actually have the batteries there, right? You have the coins now, it's also alright. I guess we're gonna be dumping it all here. Slowly. Get the magic trunks and stuff too, huh? Oh, there's something on you guys there to sell. Not much. Well, the ammo also. Guess we can keep it just in case, or I can keep it in the trunk, maybe. So we can sell it if we need it. Use it fast.
What's up?
Yeah, nothing on you. Sulik has everything left then. Some of the weapons and stuff too, but not yet. Okay, this maybe.
What you be need?
That should be the leftovers of the cash probably, even though the FN fall alone. Should be. Yeah, still gonna have some left. I guess I'll be back. Yeah, another option is to go and get Metzger, actually. I could technically can. Just need some, like, burst fires there, probably, and we're gonna be good. Oh, actually, let me check on this guy, by the way. How's he doing? Owes some money to us there. Got the reach yet. There you go. And where did he go with the money there? But he was standing here. That's the regular players there. Where do you go? Just need to wait a bit longer. A new face around here. Why didn't we talk with you? Things with you. Good, thanks for asking. But you have such an interest in family history. Have one yourself? Yeah, we chosen one. Yes, they supposedly saved the world from someone called the Master. Interesting. Reminds me of a story I heard a long time ago. Something about a Master. Really, what was it? This might take a bit. A gentleman, and buy me a drink, wouldn't you, please? No whiskey, though. Coca-Cola, please. Sure. Now let's see. I remember my mom telling me about this huge migration happened 70 or was it 80 years ago. Really big mutants with weapons as tall as you and me. I came from the south. Mom said it looked like a big migration of some sorts. Don't know, but there were multiple groups of them. Some would continue north, others headed east. No one knew where they were going. Quite upset and seemed to be fleeing from something. Also others in dirty tattered purple robes and kept babbling about how the master was dead. Some of them even committed suicide right there in town. Okay. Oh, don't you see? They are talking about the master, the one your ancestor killed. Cool story. Sure. Free XP. Where did the guy go, though? Thanks for the loan. Money's in good hands. Okay. He's here. Okay, nothing new then with him yet. Gotta wait longer, I guess. No, is it time to try to bonus you, bro? I'll be waiting some more. For a little better armor, at least. Technically could be fine. Maybe I should do some other things first, with like the camps and everything. Let's do that maybe first. We'll return to that. And the tribal camps and the another slaver base. If we start blasting them too early, and restoration project, maybe something did change. So let's wait a bit. Alright, this one. The mummy there. My friend, the mummy straight from the sands of ancient Egypt to the sands of the wastes, exclusively for you to see. A mummy would kind of describe the way a ghoul looks. Can I take a look? How much? A person of your obvious class, I'd be happy to show this unique and historic specimen to you for a mere $25. Alright, show us. Open the sarcophagus lid and the marvelous mummy will be revealed and in all its ancient glory to you, but please no touching and no flash photography. There you go, presenting the mummy. A crypt-like door swings open to reveal a genuine Egyptian mummy standing in an open sarcophagus that looks as though it is made out of pure gold. Wait a minute. That's a ghoul. Woody, is that you? The mummy snorts, stretches languidly, and then looks up to you with a sleepy blink to its eyes. Hello, says sleepily. That is Woody. Run, Woody, run for it. Gimp for it then. Go, Woody, go. Woody for it is in fact a Woody, not a mummy, that stands somewhat drowsily before you, grabs the sides of the papier-mâché sarcophagus, and lets out a shriek, and runs for the door, leaving a trail of toilet paper mummy wrappings. And a hasty thank you kindly, stranger, behind him. Finishing this down, and not the great Ananias anymore, just another S. Great Ananias shrugs. I knew I should have picked up that a mono-headed Brahmin instead. Oh well, back to the drawing board. A mono-headed Brahmin? Sure, who would ever believe that? Goodbye, you charlatan. The mono-headed. No, now we're gonna be driving. Feels good, man. Well, actually, I don't remember how it works with the caravan. I guess cars stay, right? Wherever you pick the caravan from. The caravan job game. Because technically, if you're gonna be fast enough, which you probably wouldn't, I couldn't take it again back. I never ran caravan when I already got the car. Never did, eh? I got the parts. Alright, let's go. Should check the traders, but I don't think they have like stock books really. To be quite honest. With no adventures even. Gosh, and by golly, and just sure can't thank you enough for getting my friend back. Gee willikers, got to give you something for your troubles. Alright, sure. Glad to help you out. A big old chest of anti-radiation medicine sure ain't doing me no good. Just about 100-something years too late for me to use it. Haha. Here you go. Finding that friends is worth more and more every year. Thanks, friend. Thanks for the meds. I like the meds. I got the parts. Can go start fixing stuff too. Just 1 second. What do you have now? The money. Well, don't really have much to sell right now. It's 2 notebooks.
What you need, youngster?
Got that part you need to fix your reactor. I'm going to go and try to get it installed. I'll report back when I'm done. I need the key cards though.
What you
Key
need,
cards.
youngster?
Doesn't really say anything. Oh yeah, we'll need to figure out the optimization actually. Got the puffs. Let's see that actually then. Since I'm already going there, might as well optimize at the same time. Don't remember if you need this specifically. Oh yeah, I could talk to that ghoul there too actually. You can renew. Let's go with the soul rifle somewhere guarding here. Which one was that actually? Could be this one actually. But like one of my first PPG playthrough on. Yeah, just like pickpocketing the world. Could use some good stuff there. And first time I pickpocketed and found some condoms on them. It's like, what the fuck? Why would ghouls need that? Guess even ghouls do need, New comrade, then Zomak. Some call me Zomak the Destroyer. What is your business here? Looking around, shouldn't someone else. Zomak will show you the status. Monka is. But if you renew, you must see him. Who's him? Grantor of Enlightenment. It is he that promises renewal to all who follow him. Well, he's right back. Hey, just who are you anyway? A chosen one. No, I should choose to leave. Get out of here. Come on, dude. Relax. Relax. For my... Just have to ask a couple of questions. And in that case, come on in, right in the next room. Keep him waiting. I got the official permission. Mr. Red. Abusing himself, so many things pass away. Times are not what they were. I feel that my sole remaining kin has died. Mad though he was, I wish it were not so. And hope that he might find some happiness even in his dotage. Well, enough of my sad musings. Killed his brother Monder. Smell the distinctive aroma of cheesy poofs on you. Don't happen to have some to spare, do you? And just love cheesy poofs. We should. Crunch, munch, crunch. I love cheesy poofs. They're so well cheesy. For that, you get to be a member of my special cult and you can help me take over the world. Okay. Ready to become one of us? Born ready. Who are us? I mean you. Known simply as the brain, I attribute to my genius. Few things within Gecko and only a few more without escape, I notice. Something about you and you. The Ankh is a symbol of life. Once I've given you this talisman, you'll be one of us, and your comrades will be more likely to help you along the path towards renewal, but be careful who you show it to. What do you mean by renewal? As part of my plan to rule the world, I intend to reward my ghoul followers by finding a way to restore their humanity. I'm going to do that. Now, unite Gecko and Vault City under my rulership. I will dedicate Vault City's medical labs to finding a way to reverse the effects of radiation that turned the people into ghouls. They will be renewed, reborn as humans once again. Doesn't sound so bad. That doesn't indeed. Alright, sure, let's go. Take the talisman. Now you're one of us. Soon I'll take over the world and all of you will be renewed. What do you want me to do? Did we already? Because we already kind of did some stuff. Already help you in some way. Yeah, I guess we did deliver information there, probably. Atomic reactor needs a part if we have any hope of getting it to run efficiently. What kind of part? Hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator. That's the part that you need to get from Vault City. Well, that's what we kind of have. Back here and get it installed. How can I do that? Let's get hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator from Vault City, bring it back to the reactor. Then you can try to convince that pompous slugfestus to install the part, or use the repair robot to install the part, or you could even install the part yourself, of course. As long as someone does it, we'll be alright. What about optimizations? We talk about it later. Because we do have the part. We needed the key card though still. But you can tell us something now about it. The red guy has a noble goal right there. On the many steps, alright. Still better operational needs to be... Okay, I guess we need to do this. Fine. Gotta fix first and then optimize. Are you here now? This one wasn't trading, but... Oh yeah, you need that. Oh, the plasma transformator. Back into the reactor we go then. Back at it. See the time. Guess we're gonna be starting today with the gaming news recap later. A little. Because of the holidays, there ain't that much going. I clearly don't have the card here. I need directions. Reactor control. And then get one of the key cards. Jeremy has a key. Guards at the security doors have keys. Do some of the people that live here in the reactor. Okay, maybe you give us the key card. That would be very nice. They will need to take it from the table. It's the forms. Need the key card instead. Skål. Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. Now they caught some stream. Can be indeed tricky, can be indeed tricky depending on the time zone. Sure can. You don't have the key card, Guardian not willing to part with theirs, Could be in the table, or in some of these, but will they mind me if I are doing that real quick? Let's find one, but that's not the one we need, though. Not in that table too, right? It's laying around here somewhere. That would be nice, that would be nice. Yeah, good morning, good Sunday morning to you too. Could be a little bit of a chill and comfy one. Okay, book we like. Doing some classics, doing some classics. I don't really care, I guess, fine. Books we do really like. Gonna need to read all of them. Quite a lot of science there. Soon, ish. Okay, not really talkative, man. This. No. That easy. Alright, I'm gonna make it there. Actually, let's see what's here. Any free loot? Yeah. the red one. Where'd the purple one even go in? Guys, two are probably both here, right? There's nothing. Oh, is it the water one needed here? No, I doubt it though. I think I just kinda like targeted the wrong thing. Probably. The problems of the same looking cards, eh? This. Just open in. Oh, nice. Into this part of my atomic reactor. Part you can use to fix the reactor. Have a spare hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator on you. Ready to install it? I guess I could install it. Certainly the only one that could install it right. Installing hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator is pretty tricky. I'm gonna do it ourselves. Do we need to? That boo's not gonna count though for the quest. I could yoink. Right, one. Paint the purple one though. Smarty got there, just what we need. I want to install it. I'd like to help you out, but I wouldn't know how to install something like that. Mostly just watch the gauges here. Try Festus, he's the resident parts genius. Just ask him. Any other way? Well, if you could control the maintenance robot, it might be able to install it, or you could just walk in there and install it yourself. Smoothies that built this place didn't want to fry either, so they included a robot. It was designed to perform maintenance tasks by remote control from that terminal over there. We could use that. It has worked too well lately and kept overheating. Don't need to use it anyway, so we didn't bother to fix the heat shielding on it. If you can figure out the control codes and don't run it for too long, you may be able to get it to do what you want. Wait, so I can't remember, like, you could do it yourself. Is there any even, like, benefit of doing that yourself, or was it find the Festus does, huh? Asking the requisitions. Came here, but I'm still not sure that this isn't the right part. Or that it's not a trap somehow. You know, I'm much too valuable to waste. I see, alright. Still do that then, alright. Maybe I should just let someone else do this later, much later. Everything depends on you. It was difficult, but I did it. I'm a hero. Maybe we should still do it ourselves, though. Get the requisition from him then. Pretty good now, alright. Could still do with a tiny bit of tune-up, maybe, but I'd say it's a pretty good job all the same. Reactor running and now, but it sure could run better. I mean, better by a long country mile if we just had a smidge more data. Now, if you could get the optimization data, okay, yeah, the stuff we could get. We could get that. We know already from Vault City Central Computer. Sneak in there, use a hollow disk, a reactor performance information, the central computer. Sneak the disk right back here. That'll do it. I'd do it myself, but I'm just too valuable here to leave even for the moment. Alright, sure. So you're hoping you say that. Great, just use this disk here on the Vault City Central Computer and then get it right back here. Use less uranium core, want a leak so bad, and this whole city won't have any reason to come exterminate us. Sure wish I could spare the time to go do it myself, but I can't. All I can say is thanks, kid. I'll be doing all of us here a big favor. Make me so proud. Well, actually, I want to see him. If we just still do it ourselves. Could you actually no G even convince him? Or I just like never arrived here with enough speech to do that? I don't remember actually. I did the audit restoration already, because I remember like always doing it my own. And actually know what that is. Don't you know all about atomic power plants? Should listen to me. Let's know how to install it. Yeah, fine, we can do it ourselves, yeah. No, you can't Endoji, I see. I remember that. I remember that I always was doing it myself. Let's see. Might actually be like better. It might be better to actually convince probably in terms of the outcomes, but fine, whatever. RCT. Station number 3, reactor maintenance, repair robot control terminal. A robot, huh? Now that is ready for an initialization startup sequence, functional access code. Then design coordinate command and reactor maintenance and repair robot. Alright, wait. This function, action. With command data for the robotic maintenance and repair unit assigned to Poseidon oil reactor number 5. A terminal also allows access to Poseidon net. Network. The one and only. Wonder if I can access that. Dude, they actually did change that though in restoration, I think, didn't they? Didn't they? Like, if we're gonna get the vertibird arriving right now with my current gear, are we gonna be probably not having a good time though? What if we can do it later? Or after it's fixed? If we can return and contact them at some point. Like in OG, I think it was also just kinda yup for funsies, yeah? This one you actually, I think, call them though. And then it's not gonna be very good, eh? Yeah, just walking in to eat the damage and install the part. Yeah, I remember like for figuring out that was kinda interesting. I was using the robot for that. I wonder if I'll be able to do it later or after it's done. We can't anymore. Could you just like do like the custom stuff there? Functional access code. Secondary. Oh yeah, all the codes there too. 2 more attempts. Wonka is. Tertiary functional. Okay, that's what we do this stuff. All right. A unit ready for service. Service a procedure. So it was. It's not gonna like really. I remember. Current service procedure. Not available locally. All right. Repair sequence. I think not. They need to do them in the right order, wasn't it? Coolant maintenance sequence initiated. Move to the main coolant valve. Yeah, rollout initiate, drive sequence, check manipulator arm, check internal stabilizer, logic circuits fail. What that means, job task location recognition inoperative, and unit not capable of recognizing movement locations at extended distances. Move unit to intermediate locations as waypoints to final job task location. Alright, I see. It returns to bay if command program contains terminal errors. Alright, let's see. Manually now. Direct mainnet is target destination. Unit will follow the movement commands that you give it, but its way is blocked or unit takes excess damage, it will automatically return to its bay. Yeah, procedures. Now, replace Hydra electric magnetic sphere regulator against the east wall of the reactor core. Located just to the right of the main coolant shutoff valve. Next to the east wall, the reactor core valve is controlled by a large red wheel. That one. Yeah, fine. Let's see. Don't have anything on this one. I think I needed to do it in and a little bit trying and remembering, I guess, sorta. That indeed, then, right? Okay, first is the shield. Gonna take some time, but no, fine. And then not this one then. Oh, I'm gonna do this after this one. Oof. Alright, so it's with this one. Then I set the voltage right after that. Remember that I can be able to see. If I calibrate. Not calibrate. Amplify. Let's do the test. Get the test. Happy Kuka. Oh yeah, true. I guess you can just like see what you have on the way there. True, actually. Yeah, I see. That makes sense. Makes sense. True. Don't need the full brute force. Oh, that I forgot already. Same pillar, road driver, silent class, Jupiter wave. And then it was Wait, compiler, was it the sergeant class? The orderer? The orderer? No, sergeant class. How is it? Seemed like it was, Like that was, Let's see if it's any more work than just convincing him. If it's any more worth there. And the glorious inspect function. Did he not? Need to slot the part or not? There we go. Really there? I mean, what was that exactly there? Did they not? Did not you need to slot the part? I already forgot about that one. If that was the case. If that was the case there. Install. Need to load it in there or not. Okay, they went all the way to the end and then didn't even do that. And didn't even do that, or I didn't add that one. I think I did. I think I did. Really get the part back, right? No, I mean, I guess it took it from me. The guy did return it. It won't be an option, I guess, still. Yeah, this part. Okay, wait a second. I just check. Did he not return the part to me then? After the dialogue, yeah? What happened there? No, there it is, yeah? Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, because it's coolant maintenance, probably. Of course. But actually, or was that the one we needed? The repair, probably. Yeah, okay. There's the wrong one there. Yep. There's the one. Yeah, now we do that. Okay, this to shut down the coolant. And we just need to put the stuff. Hey, stay below. The self-destruct sequence. Oh, that's one of the options here. But not this self-destruct. Destroy the franchise. Well, I mean, I guess it didn't destroy it completely, you know. Sure, and did take it in a different direction, though. And this. And execute. Let's go. Towards Fallout games for there. I mean, yeah, I'm not completely, you know, I'm maybe not a huge like fan of them as Fallout games, but in general as games, yeah, I do. I even enjoy 76 a bunch. I mean, I played it. I played a shitload of that stuff, honestly, over the years since release. I'm currently playing it actually. Every like year and a half, maybe two, I just return and play some new content for a few months. Again, real shit Fallout, but you know, decent enough. A decent enough game. Oh well, that's actually more XP. I'll take it. Meaning to play, but haven't got around to it. Can always join. Can always join. It's actually a mega sale right now. Really a low price at the moment. Yeah, we usually do have a bunch of people joining, running the group and stuff. So feel free. Even though now I can mostly like just play off stream, and mostly because right now it's kind of time for the old games. No time for 76 at the moment. That is just a fun, you know, like live service co-op, well, single player too, of course. It does work to play solo, but yeah, co-op it's even better. Even though you can like just join random groups without any like communication if you don't want to, so no hard feelings, you know, if you just kind of like doing your own thing there. Reactor running pretty good, alright. Still do a tiny bit of tune up, maybe. Alright, this one, okay, sure. Now let me see what we can do. I will get the data. But hopefully I'll get my requisition forms. Did like the gameplay of Fallout 4, for example, then yeah, 76 is that, but on steroids, yeah. Hey, Oxer, good morning. How we do, man? How's life, man? Oh, then 76 is gonna be your jam. Still same shooting, just way more weapons of all kinds, whatever you want. And yeah, building bases is still there. And again, way more. Well, I guess kind of if you just like join as a new frog, you're not gonna have like that crazy much stuff of building pieces, I guess. But yeah, through the gameplay, through the questing, through microtransactions, if you really want to, also you unlock a shitload of parts. Base building is insane. But then you have me, you know, I just have like one big fucking garage with all the shit you need and just like, you know, just like slap there along the walls and that's it. But that's me. And that's just me. That's how I always roll. Any books? Never books. Well, get the citizenship, we should get like better opportunities to get that. Rugs, no booze. Oh, do have some.
What you be need?
Sleek storing all the drugs. You rush through 4 to get the DLCs. I mean, Fallout 4? I think you can just get the DLCs really fast, though. I'm not sure if you even kind of like limited much. And could have some level limitations. I actually kind of don't remember that. Because I think Vegas did have, right, some limitations. It wasn't like that crazy, but I remember I think there were some when they were releasing that stuff. That technically, if there are limitations, you can probably check it somewhere, like on the wiki or something, if they have limitations to enter the DLCs. If not, then I think you can just like straight up pretty much like go for it. It may be even like kind of like get some of the, it could be like some radio. I'm not sure if it like works all over the mob though. But yeah, usually kind of like some items or some radio wave you need to kind of like listen to, and then you get the marker to where you need to go. And then you can just like book it there and do it. And you want to do some the only good DLC there. The only one that is what is doing. Can be bothered to go through the main game. I see, I see. Yeah, you can just look into it, I think. Unless there is like some arbitrary like level requirement. I think Vegas or was it 3 or like somewhere I remember that was the thing. Like you just like go there and it just tells you like, no bro, you're too noob. Come here later. There's like only one that is kind of like, that you kind of do for the story and everything. Then there is one that just allows you to pretty much build robot companions. I think it does have a little bit of story to it, but like nothing, to write home about. So like if you're not gonna be playing through the game, you don't even need that because like companions, whatever, right? And the Nuka world, I think, is basically if you kind of do like the evil run or something, I think. Because like I remember when I went on my regular playthrough, as a good guy, it basically was like nothing for you to do there whatsoever, except for like killing everyone. And that's it. That's it. Yeah, the Far Harbor was the good one, yeah. That's the good one. Alright, we fixed it. Repair the plants. Excellent. Worried that the radiation built up might force us to relocate. To be commended and a job well done. Is your citizenship papers. If you ever need anything, come see me. Nice. Now I need to get the optimization, right? Kinda don't have the weight hour yet. Not yet. Now we are citizen though. Guess we can do it ourselves and whatever, now that we have access to the computer.
Yes? What is it I can help you with?
Thank you, power
Have you
plant.
resolved the situation? So, you disabled their plant?
And running
What?
properly.
He did? I suppose he granted you citizenship also. Fixing Gecko's plant won't solve anything. Those creatures, they cannot be trusted. What happens when their plant starts leaking again?
She made. Problem solved, eh?
You had better watch your step in this city, citizen. I'll be watching you. One misstep and you'll be exiled.
Citizen, first citizen material
Do not
there.
toy with me, or I will make certain you never walk Vault City streets again.
Do that, you do that. We don't
Yes?
want actually
What
to.
is it I can help you with? Of course.
Ah, yeah,
What
this
can
one.
I help you with,
The
citizen?
Thomas Smoother one. We will help him in the end. Not sure, not sure. We'll see. Damn, there's so much like good stuff they could still like do, you know, with them. And the Vault City new, you know, in the timeline of like, you know, the Vegas Fallout 4, the show timeline. I wonder if they actually even try. And it's now gonna be just like, you know, well, yeah. Poof, everything nuked. It's over. Alright, we'll need a buff out there, I think. Don't think I have any yet. And that's fine though. I think, yeah, we need that to open one of the doors there. Requires more strength. Need buff out for that. But we can get some big stuff here at least though. New citizen. Recently got my citizenship. Welcome to Vault City, fellow citizen. I don't see many new faces around here. Phyllis, what's your name? A name PP again. A resident medical assistant. Work for Dr. Troy. He's the medical assistant. You're hurt, aren't you? Sorry, I should have been paying more attention. See, Dr. Troy will take care of you. Sure. Central computer will find. What do you do here? Resident medical assistant. Alright, that we had. About Vault City. Not much to say. I mean, I've been a citizen all my life. There's not much to do in Vault City at all. Find something to do in Vault City. Pardon me. You're a woman who could stand to get out once in a while. I have a dinner. Oh, you know, I'd love to, but I can't. I'll get in trouble if I go around myself. Sorry, but no. I feel bad, man. Never lucky. There's nothing else even. Nothing at all. New citizen and all, and I don't mean to throw a damper on your citizenship, but this city can be very dull at times. How so? You notice how similar everyone is and old. Instead of the seminars and extracurricular activities are geared towards octogenarians. And barely 25, and this city makes me feel like I'm 50. Yeah, I needed to get more charisma for that. A little more still. See, I see. Gonna go for the walkie too. The children in the city. Yes, actually there aren't yet. I don't know if anyone told you yet, but Old City is a planned community, not due for another pregnancy cycle until a few years from now. Pregnancy cycle? So there weren't any children because this might be the European version of Fallout 2. I see. Pregnancies are permitted only during certain years established by the council. If you get pregnant anyway, how would that happen? The herd sex can make someone pregnant. I mean, intercourse is still allowed outside of pregnancy cycles, eh? Doesn't that make people pregnant? No, you see, pregnancies don't result from intercourse. Afraid to ask, but I will anyway. Well, citizens donate to the auto dock here in the vault, and the most favorable matches are chosen by the computer. Then the appropriate female citizen is seated by the auto dock. Son, about accidental pregnancies. Well, actually, you see, this is something I've been thinking about recently. Citizens don't seem to have accidental pregnancies, and when a successful pregnancy has been facilitated by the auto dock. Background radiation may be resulting in sterility. Do worth checking out? No, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe I should mention it to Dr. Troy. He's been too busy to look into it recently. The next pregnancy cycle is coming up, so... I need to pump some of the charisma there. Yeah, I did. I think I haven't found methods and stuff yet either. Come on, dude. And we donate. Certainly welcome your contribution. City could use some fresh genetic material. Can I get a magazine or something? Will we get it though? Leveling up from donating some cummies. Insane. Contribution is impressive. I myself seem to be quite gifted. How do you feel? Never missed the primitive charm of Arroyo more until this moment. Easy life. Did we get it though? Yeah, we did. Nice. I need 10 for the quest. Right, now we're getting some stuff that actually could be useful. Isn't it the bonus? Bonus. Well, I mean, better criticals is also an option, but... It's better criticals then, alright. Yep, not bonus range yet, but what was the discount on the shooting and everything? It's okay low. How are we doing? The AP discount, wasn't it here? Before I'm like missing some stats for that shit yet. Shouldn't I think? Let me see, wasn't it? I was in Fallout 1, I guess it wasn't the same level as the better criticals, I remember. Fallout 1 it wasn't the same. In 2 maybe not. Well, yeah, I guess not. Alright, let's see. Which level is it then? Oh, bonus rate of fire only 15 here. Okay, let's see. On level 15 only. Okay, and 2 I guess I kind of did. I give it to you away later. Alright, fine. Then we go for the better. The better criticalism. Then we can get the action boys and stuff. Yeah, 15 looks like. Yeah, in first game you could get it pretty fast. Better criticals? Well, it is really good when you have high crit chance. Like if your chance is not super crazy, then I guess it's not that good. But I probably will end up getting Sniper in the end, no matter what, so I guess we will kind of have that. See, better criticals indeed be very nice. Indeed be very nice. And the force power is like lightning. I wish, man, I wish we could. Alright, I think we're getting into the range where gambling is gonna be powerful. Big money for the big books coming. The problem is I haven't seen any books in stores yet whatsoever. Hey Rev, good morning. How's the life? How you doing, man? Enjoy the breakfast, Dave. Enjoy. Sniper basically is a force power. Sorta, yeah. Everyone just explodes. Alright, brother, we need to heal. Main computer, sure. Got a moment, don't recall seeing you around before you're a citizen. I just got my citizenship papers only recently. Not a Bold City native though, am I right? I'm certain I would remember someone like you. Where are you from? Small village to the west, Arroyo. Arroyo, I believe I heard of it. Sorry to pry, I was just looking for someone who had traveled beyond the walls of Old City. Most citizens here have never left the city. That's fascinating. Got to do with me. It's someone who might be able to perform a special errand for me. What is it? Come to my attention, there's a new drug in the waste. It's called the Jet, I believe. I'm willing to pay $1,000 for a sample of this drug. Do you want me to do? It would be helpful to me and my work if you could bring me a sample of this drug. I'll pay you $1,000 for delivery, but it is of utmost importance that you keep this transaction confidential. I see, sure, no problems, dude. Excellent, return here where you have obtained the jet sample. We'll have your payment ready. Okay, good thing we have our supply here. Yeah, if you aim for the eyes, you get like the bonus, yeah. That is true. That is true. Well, for now, aim is not the stellar one though, so for now, not yet, but we'll get there. We will get there when it's gonna be a bit better. A little bit better. Hey, Cumberello. Let's see. Mentioned before, I'm a doctor, or you were a doctor, and something of a doctor myself. You are, a pleasure to meet you. Have the time, perhaps we could compare notes, and not often that I get the chance to speak to another physician. Absolutely. Excellent. Well, first let me take you on a tour. Over here we have the monitoring systems. How's it going, Cumber? That is how we can clone cells to make replacement limbs. Be careful that the tissue cultures don't get contaminated, but in any event, I think I've talked enough. Hope it was informative. Very educational, alright. Good. How about the medical expertise? Well, been ready, it. Hell yeah. Now let me check your vital signs. Lean back and we'll hook you up to the other dog here. Vaccine that gave resistance to poison and radiation. Could I get that? Certainly. Sorry, it's been some time since I actually had to administer them. Most citizens received theirs many years ago. Let me prep the other dog for the procedure. Get resistances. Boog. All finished. A word of caution, this vaccination doesn't make you immune to poison and radiation, but it does bolster your natural resistance. Even to radiation? Insane. Alright. Let's see. Maybe counter him there too, huh? Or we just deliver it? Try and just deliver. Thank you, my friend. I have no idea how important this is to my work. As your payment as promised. Right, sure. Guess not gonna expose you then. Nothing today. Easy. Hey, JLO. Nice, nice. Sounds good. Dude, we need a buff out here. I don't think I'm gonna find it here, probably. Actually, can you make like Sulik to do it? No, this one just looked there. Can we, or do we need the electronic lockpicks here? Yeah, my repair for now it sucks, but we are big for that. Good job. Hit this in the vent, launched in the vent. Okay, nice, nice. Actually, no, wait, that is mine. That was probably something else there. Not exactly the lodge there was the lodge there. Something we already had. Or was it better reason? I think I did store all of them. Get all the water chips there. Boxes upon boxes of them. Used to get them clave armor from the beginning of the game. Yeah, why would I do that? Why would I ruin the fun? I wonder would we make it a not fun? Yeah, like if you want to speedrun or something, I guess. Otherwise, I just don't see why. Okay, books, finally. Gonna go also for some like doing builds and stuff too, but I mean, now they're playing not the first time. A very strong person to open it. I think it's Luke to do it. I have to get buff out for that. Or well, I guess the power armor, but that will take a bit longer until we get there. Buff out or save just in case. Or the implant, isn't it? No, the implant also gonna take some time. And I don't know if 6 is enough actually, this one might require a bit more. Before we jam the lock here. I don't know if that is the regular lockpick the bonus for the for these kind of doors, or you need specifically the electronic lockpick for this. Slightly more different to do it in a restoration, I see, I see. I'd say that's a good thing. I'd say that's a good thing. It's nice to have that little gimmick sorta. It works cool for like the speedruns and everything, I guess. You have such opportunities when you know. But yeah, if you just do a regular playthrough, then apply. A lot of games and RPGs in general, I think, like, kinda shine in the hobo stage. Which is kinda like sad in some RPGs when you just kinda like pass that stage really fast. That's why I was saving sometimes, yeah? I should jam in that shit. Should stay off the previous door, or whatever. That was kind of like somewhat pretty sad when Oblivion, for example, with all the scaling shit. You kind of like hobo, doing some like, you know, leveling some speech and stuff, you know, other things, and then suddenly the next cave you go because you are leveling some non-combat things and doing completely different things. You suddenly get some enemies with insane gear already. And then you get that gear from them, and that's it. And then you're already not really hobo yourself. Like in games like KCD and stuff too, also like the hobo stage can pass pretty fast still. Actually not that fast, I guess. That was alright. Yeah, I think pretty much exactly what happened for me. I think it was exactly Ebony Armor, yeah. Oh no, I think there was one with Ebony and a bunch like in Orc Armor or something. And that was literally like, well, not the very beginning of the game, of course, but it was still like really early. Oh, the voice. Oh yeah, that's wait. No, that's for something else. Okay, that's not the implant, right? Something else. Yeah, the hobo stage, like I do like when the hobo stage and the progression goes well. Like I would say, like especially in this playthrough right now, it's actually going kind of alright. Okay, fine. Like that encounter on the caravan was a little OP, I guess. Sorta. Got some decent gear from that fast, but until then it was actually going well. And I mean, I kind of like also moved maybe a little faster than I kind of wanted to, kind of planned it to, because like I sort of skipped Modic right pretty much completely, and just way straight up for the bolt, and from the bolt straight up to the gecko, because I wanted to get the books faster so I can get leveling skills already, because you know the books need to spawn at the traders, so I kind of need to have more time checking those traders to find those books. I think memes a lot.
What you be need?
Yeah, so I kind of went a little faster to unlock myself the books faster, which I'm actually gonna go check now. And we need buff out. Buff out to open all the doors here. Okay, another chaos paw, good. More booze we also could use. Nicey nice. Feels good using that super machine there. The Bane poison. 15 seconds after he shot you with that one arrow, I see. That's kinda cool though. Sounds like Estebania. That's actually kinda cool because I didn't even like use any poisons or something. I just kinda like became quite OP with just the melee stuff, really. That at least sounds kinda interesting, you know, way to get strong, I would say. Unconventional way to do it, let's put it that way. That I like. But yeah, in some games it's just like super fast. This again is kind of nice. Like the start is really brutal, right? Like not like full out one when you already like leaving the vault, you know, with at least 10 millimeters already and a bunch of ammo for that and some stim packs and stuff, right? You're starting like full hobo mode, and then slowly trying to climb up, you know, in the world, Let's see what can I say. Yeah, that sounds kind of nice, actually. Did they get like some more kind of like stealth things in the second game? Like, can you role play as assassin better? And just not doing all this like, you know, Omega armor stuff. Just going full sneaky mode. Nice, AJ, nice. The acquired taste indeed. They alright, they alright. Science pretty low still. Should we have some books for it though? Probably should read them. Not anything from some of the PCs though. There's that one there. I'm already mixing up also first and second there. Nothing happens with those, eh? DT was a lot of fun. That one I'm gonna be starting my playthrough in February, most likely. When the retro month will be over. He's well, gonna be a bit over a month probably. Actually, most likely kind of middle of January, I guess. We'll see. Gonna be wrapping it up. Not exactly. Still depends on the playthroughs that we'll be going. Still gonna be trying to finish all the playthroughs. There's gonna be a bunch of IRL streams coming right up. And yeah, I guess I'm just gonna get some PCD2 going in February. Return the RPG mod bay proper. Oh yeah, the system about like trying to unlock all you want, but that can jump sometimes. I do kind of prefer a little more like straightforward system, you know, you have like the check, right? You either can't or you can if you got the right skill. Just feels a little more fair, I guess. Like motivates the saves coming, let's put it that way. Especially if it's like the system like in Wasteland 2 Wasteland 2 for example, when it can jam like no matter what. Like I had man, like I maxed out, I think. I don't remember exactly how the system works, but like at the very end of Wasteland 2, I had character with pretty much like the best lockpick in there. And there was still a chest that I spent a while trying to unlock. And the only way I actually kind of did it in the end was because there is a perk at least, which actually also one of the solutions, I guess, that could be kind of alright, that prevents you from jamming the locks. So you can try all you want at least, but like, dude, that was on stream. I don't remember how long was it, but it was straight up like 5 minutes or something of me just like trying to lockpick that shit with like the maximum skill basically. And good thing I had that perk, so it didn't break, but I do not like that system much. Jag tycker det var det jag säger. He's actually OP. Okay, first aid books, nice. That's what I like to see. No buff out though. Hey guys, come here. Need to give you some loot. Well, yeah, I mean, that's all. That is obvious. That is obvious. Of that, I'm not surprised. By the way, with some weight or something too. Probably not, but yes, not good. Huh? A bunch of the quest stuff I also have. I guess that weighs something. This should also weigh something fine. This I think didn't. Oh, it does, alright. Even this. And this too. Our base is felt a bit nerfed, I see. Huh? Easy there. I'm not clearly scared the life out of me. I mean to startle you, and that's okay. Just not much many people come into the vault. That's okay. Just not many people. Oh, yeah, that's the translation for his stuff. All right. What did you do here? Keep eye on things in storage down here. Make sure all doors stay locked. Store down here. Spare parts, supplies, and ore. Ore from Reading, not so much anymore. Much ore from Reading, why not? Don't know, McClure are really worried about it. Central computer, just over there is the token computer. Sure. Yeah, same. Did really enjoy the first one. And yeah, gonna be about to start the second one soon. Totally looking forward to it. Because the first one I actually played like earlier this year I started, and that was like a very long playthrough. That was finished not long ago. Yeah, that was good then. Dude, that was actually really long. When did I finish it in the end? I mean, granted, I was mostly doing it like once a week, an RPG on Mondays, but that was a long one. Like, I started it, I think, pretty much like in February also, I guess. And it was going until like August, I think, something like that, around that time. Probably. It was mostly like once a week though, so kind of like makes sense, but yeah, still, it was very big. So like 150 or more hours for me, actually, even. In total. But yeah, I did really like it. Log the Vault City Central Computer. Interface seems relatively easy to understand. Everything seems to be broken down into archives. Don't have to clear everything there is. Oh man, I love doing that though. When you like the game, I love doing it. Can try to in general most of the games I play. But some, yeah, some I guess I could kind of like, you know, just already, alright, fine, let's push for the finale. Like, ironically, in Expedition 33, that was the case, for example. Like, it's a great game. I liked it, but yeah, at some point I was just kind of, you know what? Yeah, I just want to finish it already. I'm done. But with KCD, yeah, I did basically exhausted all the options I had already do completely. All of it. All I could. And then already went for the finale. Archives for location of Vault 13. Vault 8, this vault, and Vault 15, located far to the south. Oddly enough, there is no mention of Vault 13, hence Vault 15's location in the Ethiopia, boy. More information. Gek. Snow gear currently in stock at Vault City's amenities office. People of Vault City seem to have used the only one they had to help establish the place when they came to the surface. Shipment information. The shipping error appears Vault 8 received a box of surplus water chips intended for another vault. The other vault most likely received Vault 8's second gig. Aha. Yes, Steve, I see. That's a good thing. That's a good thing indeed, then. That's very nice, even. And the output reports looks like Gordon was correct. Vault City generator already approaching its limit. Without new power supply, Vault City will be unable to expand them. Alright, power plant into computer. Reactor data atomic power plant. Efficiency 43%, 75% error. Plant calibration MD4GH1. Do you wish to optimize them? Do it. Optimization complete. Remove disk. Nice. Got him. And got him. The turnaway suddenly noticed a small picture of the Pip-Boy located beneath the terminal. Next to the picture is a slot that looks about the size of your Pip-Boy. Sure. So a window opens in the terminal screen with a smiling Pip-Boy next to it. As you watch, Pip-Boy starts whistling silently and tapping his feet. A red light is flashing beside the computer slot. Unhealthy grinder noise comes from Pip-Boy's slot, but continues to whistle silently and tap his feet. Suddenly stops and frowns. An exclamation mark appears above his head and he starts wagging his finger at you. Determine what's wrong. Small display beneath the Pip-Boy states your last scheduled maintenance was 50.300, well, 50,000. I kinda doubt it, even though could be, I guess. Archives corrupted, need to be reformatted. Do you wish to proceed? Sure. Utilization procedure beginning. Reformatting Pip-Boy. In California Geographical Archive being copied into Pip-Boy database. Copying archive, Broken Hills, Gecko, New California Republic, New Renner, Redding, Vault City, download complete. Hell yeah. So just like actually like dump a bunch of other stuff. Nah, we could at least with this one. Travel log though. Now we can have this stuff. What do we need to have with us there? I see. Info on the places there. Still have some of the archives at least. At the real currency shop. Monka is. Hey Nick, hello, good morning. Yeah, we doing? $30-minute XP boost. Bog. Gonna get the bundle. The Santa hat for Henry on Christmas. Let's go for free. Bog. And crossover with Fortnite. Both ways. Alright, so we'll need some mentals, we'll need some a buff out. Alright, many of these offies now. Maybe some books. Well, too late. Too late to say sorry. Come on, it's not even that late though, dude. Of January I am. Only this door still works no matter what. Nah, still same. Just gonna go optimize maybe then. Go optimize and return for the bookies. Oh, wait a second. No, wait. they left the car. Should be in Gecko. Ja, då blir det wieder dågisem. I could get kinda Monica. Yep, still have pretty bad chances there. On the hits. I'm gonna try the yellow run. There will be some burst fire coming in though. Probably even find there to throw. Thought I sold throwing knives actually. Oh, flares, huh? Fuck you doing, Silik? Let's get the sledgehammer. Ah, oh, come on. It's not even in the line there, or whatever. Not even in the line. Yeah, they might have some good burst fires now, though. But this one, okay, this one needs to die. This one needs to die. That's a sign. Works like a charm. Always do better with unarmed, actually. Well, rip. Come on, dude. Unarmed actually better there. Interesting. I like Sledge for the knockdowns, though. Yeah, I guess they're not always going that well. Okay, some of them got demoralized all of a sudden there. I guess they have like the distance setting there. Huh? Wow. Calculations, Machi. Works. You got a cool though. How we doing, man? Good job, man. Flares, dude. Alright, not giving you flares, brother. Works. Still kind of in the risk zone there a little. You guys not like focus on dogs, eh? One cat. One miss by Silik. Okay, if I do this, I'm not gonna be able to heal up. He missed twice. Oh, at least he hit some enemy though. I'll take it. Monka. Your desert eagles are... Come on, dude, really? Come on, man. Almost did it. Almost. Then can get the dogs first. Already. Fine, then we go in. They'll start backing off, maybe. Yeah, he really loves the flares, huh? Sure does, huh? I'm getting the prime aggro here. Okay, really tempting to do the burst here, but then I'm not gonna be able to yell. Okay, this burst would be nice. But nah, fine. It works. Needs no burst against us. Good job, alright. Okay, come on, dude. Just Yoga knives right there. Risking this. Good job, alright. Good job, holy. They're on my side now. Okay, that was a bit risky, brother. Not gonna lie there. That was a bit of a questionable move, eh? But it worked. Is actually doing stuff. That Magnum actually was a good call there, to be honest. Holy, okay. Cassidy, relax. Oh, come on. The Magic 69 didn't work. Cassidy went with the burst fire through all of this. With the shotgun, by the way. That's the HNK there. Yeah, just gonna peace out just in case. I Cassidy. No. Ah. You guys need to shoot still. I just don't want to waste healing anymore. Just one. Nice. They did some work. Good job, eh? Good job, eh? The Desert Eagles are 14 millimeters. Desert Eagles, I see. Some big bada boom, eh? 10 millimeters, yes. Could use that. And oh, sorry. The ammo is good though, fine. You dump all the flares there. Whatever, I guess, fine.
What you be need?
I wanted to sell them. You just wasted them all.
Yep.
Alright, good then. That'd be something. Probably nothing good anyway, but fine. Let's say the hidden powders. Take down all the perception. The energy weapons, yeah. The first game has only basically like what, laser rifle, plasma rifle, turbo plasma rifle, and laser and plasma pistol. Well, I mean also the alien blaster that I was using in my last run, and before this one, in Fallout 1. Oh, they. And the Gatling laser. And the Gatling laser was there. I should use the doctor while I was there. Okay, whatever. Should be kind of fine here. Dude, don't waste ammo that much on these guys. Don't even damage anyway. Okay, they damage some. And there's the Giga Dogs there, right? I just randomized the look. The red dogs. Holy slick. What the fuck is going on with you there? I need to like hearing the aggro from him there. Fine. Aggro switched. Oh, actually, you know what? Careful with that aggro switch on that dog, eh? Yep. And saw that one coming there, brother. Specifically, like, you know, like, try not to do it, man. When I might get hit by the burst fire, don't. And he did it. Oh, man, I didn't say off with this shit. I might never lucky. Gonna be some attempts on this one again. Still need to get quite lucky compared to the previous time. That attempt was very good, huh? That's not too bad, at least. Maybe there. So that one, and 10mm shouldn't do that much on the single shot, I feel, but well, happens. Why did I not save? Did it perfect. Should I remove those flares? Well, I mean, they're gone already now. He stay low. How we doing? Yeah, with the Magnum heal, Avik is actually doing shit. Feels good, him. No, please just survive this. Could YOLO, but not sure if I will. We'll see. I will, whatever. Not the best YOLO though, because she's a diva. That might end up bad. The rifle guy will hit with very high probability. And the Vic missed twice. Well, yep. Rifle guy's even the shotgun. One of these shotguns there. Always give them one, and the Cassidy even, I see. Cassidy does good with the shotgun actually right now, but well, except for that, you know, accidental friendly fire. I guess happens to the best of us. Use the doctor after this to then and save. Too many displays. Got the aggro for this guy then. Hopefully. That actually also kind of fine, I guess. Maybe I actually blast instead. It doesn't do burst fire that often. So far, maybe I'll just do this then. No, he didn't die, alright. Unlucky. Probably have all the aggro back again. Ah, hello. Drop the weapon. Ah. Okay, at least that was the burst. That would do burst though. And they'll leave. Lucky. Thank you. Gotta reload anyway. Expected outcome. Actually, maybe just go closer for the burst next turn. Ooh, nice. Oh, there goes the burst. Wonka. That might actually be bad. Ooh. Should get the bursts out. Ah, it feels like such a waste. Fine. Waste of turns mostly, like whatever. Stim packs are gonna have plenty anyway. Again. Another burst. Okay, this burst wasn't that crazy there. Not bad. Fine. Still never lucky. I don't like the line here though. Okay, Sulik might be actually suffering because one of them guys shooting him, right? That's okay. That's fine. As we can think for now. Not the best position in there. Vic, don't do this to me. Okay, Cassidy, you also don't do this to me, please. Okay, good. Well, the problem is... Fine. You'll run in. Might get this shot down. Okay, nice. Saved. What a fiesta, man. What a fiesta.
What you be needing?
A doctor to use and save. This one not gonna work that well. I need more books to read than this. Gonna take forever. Be specifically this. Just for the sake of getting XP, really. Is it snowing in these games? Nope. 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 Don't think so, huh? Yika Yika low. And the insane streaks. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Is it like only like something like this mountain snowy area in Vegas, wasn't it? Was there even one? Am I wrong? Any weather in any of the games? No, there are rains, like in 4 at least. I mean, there's randstorms and stuff too, right? So there is a little bit at least of weather. Yeah, but snow... Yeah, maybe that was the... Was the mute? No. The mutant city was in the mountains with the snow, but yeah, maybe not. Actually, I don't remember. In 76 they also, I think, don't have. There's like the skiing resort there, but I think where you are there is no snow. That's what I almost forgot. Yeah, Jacobstown. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, Jacobstown. The beauty city. Okay, there is. Then I remember correct. Rain in 4. No, there was rain. Rain, I think, was there. And 76 for sure there is. I bet that I actually kind of did come from 4 already. Remade. And do run the optimization ourselves also. Do we give it to Festus? I just return from those, huh? Alright, it's only the logos now. Come on. To use the computer. And data we needed from Wall City to optimize this leaky old beast. Sly one, no denying it, but cracky. But boy, cracky. Almost as good a job as I could have done myself. Of course, if you want to actually finish the dang job, just use that disk on the robot control terminal, understand me? Well, okay then. Okay, so we do need to do it by myself, alright, ourselves then. There it goes, huh? Still the same. And get the main menu and stuff from here. Don't want any of that. Never lucky, baby rage. Okay, well, important work is nice. Can we get the requisition, brother? I needed the part. Then Harold can give requisitions to him. But I didn't have that option. Maybe now he would allow. I feel like we will need to yoink, I guess.
Mighty kind of you helping us out with the atomic power plant. We're in your debt. Now, what can this cranky old carcass do for you?
Can we get the requisition?
Well, what you need? You know, it's not so bad now. You fix the power plant and you get the info we need to make it good as new. Golly be damned, ain't you something?
And I complete any job only halfway.
If it weren't for you, them damn idiots in Vault City would have laid us out for the big dirt nap. Mighty kind of you. Not many smooth skins would do that for a town full of ghouls. Kinda reminds me of a smoothie I knew way back when.
Who could that be? Who could that be?
Another smooth skin. Had a lot of respect for that one. Well, I could probably remember if I wasn't dead. I'd never get tired of that joke. Yeah, to be honest, can't remember the name, but they wore a funny suit, kind of like the one you're wearing.
The Volt
That's
suit?
so. Well. That explains a thing or two. I wondered why you looked familiar. I'm not losing the last couple of marbles I got left.
And you look
There's
alike.
a resemblance, near as I can remember anyways. You know, your ancestors saved the whole darn lot of us. Jumping to conclusions, youngster. That's gonna get your ass shot off someday. All of us saved every two-legged shuffler on the dang planet. Well, now you do. And what happened next? For a thank you, the damn high and mighty Vaulties booted the Vault Dweller out. I always wondered what happened after that.
I can tell you.
But I'd sure like to hear that.
There we go.
Well, thanks
The
for
story of the
telling.
ancestor.
I sure was curious all these years. You got your work cut out for you. You know, well, I've been saving these for a rainy day, but it sounds like you're gonna need them more than I ever will. Here, take these.
Thank you,
What you
sir.
need, youngster?
How about the requisition? That's what I need, nothing else. Don't have the sport right now, technically, right? I have 3. Yeah, I need like 1 more charisma to get some a Fallout 3 reference. Yeah. They added in what's the name? They added it's a modded one, you know, after Fallout 3. I just added the character that Todd created. That's it. Same in the first game too. Never was there before. This Fallout 3 reference there. Hey, hello. How we doing? The closure and continuity. I think these lines are actually restoration, though. No, I think this one, you know, about the Wool Dweller reminiscence. I think is not exactly. It wasn't exactly the OG, if I remember correct. Can help our friends ourselves, huh? Where's the requisition, though? Do I need to Yunkey it somewhere then? No, that's a good Yunkey, though, for sure. Actually, also did get a reset on my magical abilities there. After traveling some... Oh, actually not yet even. Okay. Come on, dude. Where do we get that shit? It was like kind of like finding it or getting through some quests, no problems. Without yoinking it from anyone. Yeah, remember, like, stealing is stealing, yeah, stealing you probably can, but I think there was some other way to do it. Yeah, I don't remember actually yoinking them. Maybe I did, though. Yeah, there's requisitions here, though, wasn't it? Yeah, requisition form. I mean, there's a key card also here. Well, fine. The yellow pass, well. I guess you do it this way. Yeah, remember it was like a really simple one to get. Sì, che you guys say, huh? You get it in low. How we doing? Yeah, that conversation we did have. And that we did have. It's kind of funny when like in Fallout 1 you just go to Shady Sands and they're like, well, you know, don't think we're some sort of like barbarians that will live in the stone houses. And then, yeah, you know, a couple 100 years later, and the whole Boston lives in like, you know, a bunch of shacks made of trash. That's pretty much it. So all those guys with stone houses are insanely advanced. But also in the same time, my theory is that it's not completely per se unrealistic though. It depends. Like, you know, like the big settlement, the big city that has some sort of semblance of kind of like government and stuff, that probably would be already, you know, sorted out. Some sort of like little village with not a lot of people. They probably would live in trash. Absolutely, I could see that, man. I could see that. 3 and 4 remodeled his own house, yeah. The brooms became extinct. Like, some sort of cleanliness would be maintained somewhat. Somewhat. Not all of it, but somewhat. Hell yeah, get it then, hell yeah. Somewhat. The wrecks and shacks and everything, I tell you that, man. Like, realistically. People live in trash right now. First of all, true. Second of all, Armenia, right? I spend a lot of time in Armenia. And in Gyumri city, where I usually kind of live, right? Where my friends live and stuff, and where I'm gonna return in a few months. Gyumri was partially destroyed by the earthquake in the year 1988, if I remember correct, the Spitaks earthquake. A lot of people built temporary shacks, like pretty much like something that you could see in Fallout. A little better, but like not much. Like, you know, like some whatever wooden, metal, anything they could find. They built like some shacks and everything. Fast forward 30, 40 soon years already. Holy shit. Okay, a little less right now, but still, they still live there. That's it. They first of all, a lot of people still live in those temporary shacks. First of all, second of all, there's plenty of ruins still left from all this time. Like not just ruins, you know, somewhere like in the middle of nowhere. There are ruins like and abandoned things pretty much like close to the center of the city currently. And that's the second biggest city in the country, and that's like, well, I mean, yeah, sure, it's not exactly some sort of like super mega, you know, rich country or something, but they ain't particularly that poor, and they do invest into like, you know, making Gyumri a nice touristic city. Like some central streets are really cool and nice looking, right? The police is all like, you know, like with dank uniform, all driving Toyotas RAV4 and everything, you know. Like they do invest into infrastructure and the municipal stuff, but there's still a shitload of ruins. There's still a shitload of people living in shacks. But yeah, sure, if you already kind of have a shack and you live there, right? There's gonna be some like a modicum of cleanliness in that. Let's put it that way. Isn't the government willing to help? Yeah, exactly. It was kind of like, oh yeah, we're gonna rebuild, huh? And everyone is just like still sitting and living the same way as before, waiting. When's that rebuilding gonna come, you know? And it just doesn't. Literally 100 years after the bombs have roads, new buildings, cinema, and all that stuff. Yeah, like Shady Sands, right? And like, I think both can kind of be true, but it depends on like what kind of like society gonna be rebuilt, you know. Like NCR is kind of like that, right? It's the trying to rebuild the pre-war thing. They have everything going, but they have the president, right? Get the government and stuff, military, all that shit. So yeah, they try to kind of recreate the old times and yeah, kind of do everything kind of like it was. Bring some convenience, bring some quality of life to people. And if you talk about like some like, you know, like little village, some small you know, like place somewhere in bumfuck nowhere, then yeah, probably people would be living in some shacks and having no problems about that. Imaho. I see. Look at Japan with the nuclear drop on top of them. That didn't demolish them completely though, right? That's the thing. Like when the dang shit happens, it depends again on the mentality of people, on the whatever like government structure they have in there. But I'm pretty sure for a really long time, when it's allowed, people would be just like living in kind of shit and just trying to like, you know, fuck each other up, scavenge thing, Ewing thing, you know, kill and rob and stuff like that. That's it. That's it. I think that's what's gonna be happening a lot. A lot. To be honest, like in case of Armenia, there was also a lot of help internationally to fight off the results of the earthquake, and like closer to like the epicenter of the earthquake, like Spitak city, right, was destroyed pretty much completely. It did rebuild quite a lot of it, not fully still. And what is not rebuilt, even that many years after, it's not, you know, going anywhere. It's still there. It's a very slow process, even with the assistance of, like, you know, government, you know, like some charities, humanitarian organizations and stuff, right? It's still a long process that is really hard for people to do. We get high on cooperation. True. But I mean, I think it still also kind of like depends on what kind of, like, you know, social and like governmental structure gonna be like established wherever that happens, right? Like if we talk some sort of like pretty like big amount of people kind of sort of organizing into something, yeah, they're gonna get this cooperation and stuff going probably, especially like in Asian countries most likely. But if it's talking like a bit smaller scale, I think that's where kind of, you know, like the human qualities, the personal qualities will potentially take over. Like when there is no like mass of people to kind of like organize and sort of impose the same sort of mindset on everyone around. There's going to be people, if it's a small amount of people who are going to be trying to cooperate, there's going to be some people who will try to kind of like take over and abuse that cooperation and take control over it. In my opinion, especially if we're talking about, you know, like the full, lawless, you know, complete, you know, fucked up post-apocalyptic world. And reclaim every building they want. I think it depends kind of like on what we're dealing with as in results of bombings and stuff. Because technically, like a lot of buildings, like actual buildings, would be actually destroyed because like the cities got like bombed real hard, right? So technically, city is quite destroyed. Technically, city is quite irradiated, right? So reclaiming that is probably way less rational than kind of like trying to settle somewhere else and maybe use those areas that were kind of more damaged as some sort of scavenging grounds. Well, I mean, theory crafting here and stuff, right? It was kind of like more reasonable to kind of build a shack somewhere in bumfuck nowhere that was far away from the explosions, right? And less irradiated and less kind of like noticeable, right? In this sticks somewhere. And then just kind of do some raids into more dense areas that were populated, and they had places where you can like yoink something, loot something, and then return back to your safe shack in the middle of nowhere. Imahua. Diamond City with 20 people living it. Simply would be 80% co-op people in the crew's minority. That's like that's the power of crews, though, you know. Like you don't need a lot of them. They can take over no problems. A lot of crooks are not exactly like going full like raider mode or something, right? They just kind of like abuse those people who are willing to do things on their own. Let's put it that way. You confident that the brooms would get used? It still depends on the place, though, I think. Like anything that has some sort of like permanent, you know, like accommodations for people where they actually live, yeah, they probably would kind of clean that. Not all of them, though, I think. Not all of them. Again, dude, you're talking about brooms. When the Osman Gold is streaming on Twitch, and you can go on his channel and see, you know, like what the world with the brooms still might have present. So, are we talking about, you know, complete post-apocalyptic apocalypse, dude? There's gonna be way more people like that who not gonna be ours to deal with that shit. Let's be real. The piles of debris in Gamora. It's actually kind of also funny, though, you know, like when you don't have some sort of like government entity, sort of, right, over that, controlling over that stuff. Like take Like a really good example also again, right? It's again kind of going to be like, you know, countries that are not exactly some super rich or anything, right? So like it's kind of like you could kind of counter it, you know, with the fact that, well, these countries are poor maybe or something, right? But like when I was driving through Tajikistan, from Uzbekistan to again Uzbekistan, but through the Tajikistan, where I was staying for 1 day, and next day I was driving back to Uzbekistan. Not back, well, back to Uzbekistan, but to another border. I was driving the road, well, the driver was going on the road that is basically between two countries. It's between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. That road doesn't belong to any country technically, right? It has a lot of drivers there. It's a highway, basically, quite used. A lot of traffic on that. A lot of people living along that road. Businesses along that road, like, you know, a lot of gasoline stations there and stuff. No one fixes that shit. It's full. It's not even potholes, man. It's just like sometimes it's easier to actually go like on the side instead of the road, because the road is completely destroyed. Because there is no like entity that directly responsible for that. No one does shit. That's like speaking of like, you know, Gamora, for example, or something, right? You have like you have Mr. House, right, who is kind of like, well, we kind of like full hands-off approach here, you know, we don't have some government here in Vegas, right? We have like those like gangs that own casinos and deal with stuff, right? So they own casinos. Casinos are nice, but like, you know, everything sort of outside and stuff, not under direct control, not that is used by the casino directly. We don't care about that shit. Whatever. If I wanted to know how we doing, that is not our problem. That is not directly concern us. That's not directly, you know, earns us money. We're not gonna do shit here. Not Denmark attitude, and I do think that, like, you know, when basically like some sort of a cataclysm like this happens, apocalypse pretty much, right? I think it actually brings out like the worst, the very worst things in people. Like we thankfully don't know yet, right? And I hope we don't not gonna know. If okay, fine. I wouldn't. I like Fallout. I like post-apocalypse. I wouldn't mind. All right, fine. It like I would be interested, okay? I'm alright with that, I guess. If that happens, I would be at least, you know, like, if I would be fucking dying, at least I would be, oh man, I saw Fallout IRL, feels good, man, that's it. But, like, I hope we're not still gonna see that shit. And not gonna, like, see the reality what's gonna happen. But I do think that, like, you know, doesn't matter in what kind of, like, you know, very developed and nice society you live, it's gonna wake up the worst shit in people ever. And you're gonna see, like, so much fucked up shit going on. That like people who lived in like some third world countries, they probably more prepared for that because they lived already through that. You'll see very different sides of the worst. I mean, true, yeah, true. But I think that like, I don't think a lot of people would be caring about like, you know, some like debris or some ruins or other shit. Like, probably not. Bringing the extreme control of individuals. I mean, to be honest, those countries where I've been, they also have insane control. Like, quite, you know, overboard. Far worse and far more hardcore than the West. But, you know, like, the lack of kind of resources and the bad condition of everything, it kind of, like, you know, mirrors itself in many other things. So imagine, like, everything, all the infrastructure and all the stuff is now fucking dead. And, like, what's gonna be the priority? Is it the priority to, like, you know, clean up, like, the street? Or is the priority to kind of, like, get some sort of stable source of, you know, uncontaminated food and water and stuff, for example, right? Like, it's not like people maybe, like, you know, want to live like this and stuff. They just kind of, they have priorities right now. Kind of like in Armenia and stuff, right? Like, your priority after the earthquake was to get the roof above your head, right? Like, you don't really care, like, what kind of roof. You just need to live somewhere, not on the street, because your shit was destroyed. So you build something to live there, and then you kind of live there, and then hoping that, you know, government or someone, or you say you were gonna save yourself maybe eventually, to get better roof above your head, you know. shit would get cleaned real fast. But again, it is now. But what would happen like later? I don't know, man. Yeah, probably they would kind of return to normal maybe faster because they maybe would be more organized. If they will get to the point where they will be able to organize, right? And there'll be enough people and everything, right? Enough people who will take over and get the responsibility for themselves. Soul culture and attitude. How fast and stuff you're gonna recover, that's a different story, yeah, for sure. For sure. But then again, like I think like the starting point for everyone's gonna be the same. And what's gonna happen after, there's just way too many, you know, like ifs, I think, going on there. It's all the ifs there. If anything, it's gonna be also kind of like, you know, like gonna be some sort of like its own NCR, some sort of its own, you know, San Francisco, its own Vault City, its own Kaiser, with Legion, right? And like that maybe will be kind of like less ridiculous, less extreme like ideologies of the factions, maybe. Less crazy stuff, but there will be some. And yeah, when some will be trying to kind of rebuild stuff, there will be some that will be rather, instead of doing that, would be rather just like take it from those who are rebuilding shit, for example, you know. There's gonna be a decent amount of like isolated groups of people, basically, yeah, that they're gonna be also kind of developing on their own, sorta. Even though like the pre-war stuff not gonna be like wiped out completely from the brains, right? But it's also gonna be like unleashing the inner demons, you know. It will be very different for sure. I agree. It will be very different, absolutely. It will be different, absolutely. I don't know about very, but it will be different for sure. Like I just kind of wonder, like, you know, how much different it would be when people are gonna get like complete, you know, like get it twisted mode, like no limits. Like, are we at the bottom, you know, more similar than we are kind of in the normal situation? Because I think when everyone kind of like goes full down to like instincts and everything, I think a lot of all those like, you know, ideological kind of like alignments that some like people of some like nations and some countries, religions and everything have, I think a lot of that gonna be kind of like more compensated and more kind of equal when everyone just kind of becomes, you know, just like pure animal that they just has instincts to kind of like survive, you know, and they don't care about anything else. Portion the country in Fallout Fire. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna try to do with Fallout. Yeah, like will they try to get them into some sort of like this like the dictatorship with a little bit sort of weird religious subtext, the technology. I kind of don't like what they do with the Brotherhood in general. At least they kind of show them somewhat alright, I guess, in the show currently. Somewhat. Haven't seen the second season yet. At all. The different cultures. I mean, true, but like, yeah, I just wonder how much like effect culture will have on the people who are down to like the pure, you know, like animals' instincts for quite prolonged period of time, you know. And like if we increase that, you know, span of the time, how much it's gonna change. Because for you, for example, like when you like grew up and lived the whole life in one environment and got all this kind of somewhat imprinted in you, and you can still kind of contain maybe the animal inside, right? And then you have like the other like generations who kind of like were less exposed to that stuff, and they just kind of like go in from the beginning, from the ground up in the full instinct mode. That would be interesting. The biggest factor you'd ever see? I mean, maybe. Like, I can see that if there would be, like, big groups of people to do that. If there would be, like, you know, like, all right, like, we just got, like, fucking bombed and destroyed. But we got everyone, you know, like together in like, you know, the shelters. We have communication still. We have some sort of like semblance of like administration to kind of like, you know, to keep people organized, to like, you know, okay, like it's safe to go out. Now we get rebuilding and stuff, you know, have some sort of like well, the administration, right, have some sort of like governance and stuff established. Then yeah, then like some culture would benefit from that stuff. I'm kind of imagining it more kind of as in like, you know, you just kind of like have one family, like, you know, somewhere in the basement, for example, sitting with no contact or nothing, and then going outside and just like not knowing what like this other group of people that is like coming out of their basement wants to do that they don't know, for example. But that means that they need to socialize. The society needs to socialize again. And just like it will really hard depend on like, you know, what's going to be destroyed, how much of the population will be destroyed, how scattered it will all be, how the communication will be and stuff. Like if you kind of like cut the communication and get the people quite scattered and everything in very small groups, I think it's just kind of like gonna like compensate for all this like, you know, uh the cultural stuff will be kind of compensated by, you know, just more primal things, in my opinion. And the individual animal people getting destroyed or enslaved, yep, that will happen for sure. That will happen for sure. That I believe absolutely. That I believe absolutely. I think that like the benefits will be not on some sort of different culture. Benefits will be on who will manage to kind of get some sort of like organizational things, who get lucky pretty much with like, you know, having some sort of like communication established or preserved, right, and get like decent amount of people that they can reach with that communication and try to kind of build something fast. Whoever can do that, they're gonna be absolutely like benefiting from that. But then maybe if you have a lot of people like that, maybe some sort of like cultural differences will actually play a big role. Yeah, if it's gonna be like just small pockets of people, I think that it's not gonna be that much of a difference. Hey Jordy, hello. How we doing, man? How's life? Not a friend of Skeeter, are you? I hope he always trying to get me to give him valuable supplies. Then he just pulls the stuff apart and breaks it. Wouldn't trust him to fix a toaster. Know what they're going to do with the thing? I'm just picking it up. Something from storage you need to request. Yes, I do. Here it is. 3-step plasma transformer. The one right here in the cabinet. Yes, here it is. Okay, got him. Dirty nice. Just waking up. And the full-on degen mode. Let's see. And the toaster repair start, yeah. Did have it in 3, if I remember correct. In the second one, I couldn't afford getting the toaster repair because you need so many fucking skills for everything, for every move you do, that I couldn't actually afford that one. But in 3, I think I had it. Got plasma regulator, thanks. Now I owe you some free work that you want me to work on. Pistol. Accessory to this long arm. No. Not yet. Not these upgrades, at least. Actually, maybe I could, but whatever. I wonder what we're gonna be upgrading there. Really obvious. Now I can get everything I've ever wanted, all at a Gecko and Vault City expense, just as soon as I'm ratified as the new foreman. Yes, sir, that Harl's really out on his ass now. Alright, sure. The Corpagula. See what the red guy has to say. And the save and get the gaming news recap. I'll get the coffee first maybe real quick. There's not that much going on because of the holidays anyway, so we should have a decent amount of time for that. You've done well. Both Wall City and Gecko, reason to rejoice. With our reactor working at top efficiency, my plan to take over the world may near fruition, and now you may leave. I have work to do. Alright, sure, fine. Just had coffee, should you have another? I mean, why not? Why not? Why not? Didn't try like the matcha tea here for the first time, and like, bro, like, is it kind of supposed to taste like nori, you know, like the seaweed? Like the fuck was that, man? Kinda, not exactly, but very similar. I guess I think I will be sticking to coffee probably. Arguing about the Fallout IRL. As I said before, it would be really interesting to get, like, you know, people who, like psychologists and everything, who will actually, you know, and then try with them to model something like that in game form. Well, that would be some peak gaming, dude. I would play that shit for sure. I get the full emulation, systemical one and stuff with the using, you know, kind of like some societal, psychological, and other information to try to kind of like emulate that and see what's gonna happen. What about post-apocalyptic societies? Or you can join Ultan. Just dependent on not questioning it, I see. The conformist cultures versus non-conformist cultures. And it's kind of like, you know, like from the part of the world, I guess, where sometimes no matter what kind of fucking culture you have, and there might be like, you know, some people who can take over and completely stir the society and all the people partaking in that conformist and non-conformist society and stir it in completely different direction. And I just kind of seen it way too often. And I just seen it way too often in real life, you know, in the places I've been, in the places I grew up, you know, especially growing up in the country that doesn't exist anymore, you know, yeah, but because of such twist and the stir of the wheel. And after that, I'm not so sure that everything is like that kind of hard-coded in us, you know, let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. You're more likely to elect now. That's even more fun because there's not even need. There's no even need in like electing and stuff. It's just kind of like taking over and completely, you know, like going in different direction. The country, I think I still think is just it really will depend and rely on like how much destruction will be and how much communication will be preserved. Okay, like naturally, in my opinion, right? Like the shit like this happens, people will kind of look for something, someone to kind of gather around, right? And whoever will kind of like, you know, get into that vacuum and take this over this role to kind of take over, right? And in control of a lot of those people. Whoever takes that, gonna take the lead. And potentially doesn't even matter what kind of like, you know, ideas people had before. Like you put people into some, you know, crisis and critical situation, they're gonna look something to rally around. The Pipega characters felt like there's no rules, wait for a whole life for this moment, I say. Yeah, wiping out the ideas doesn't work. I mean, they're obviously gonna be like, you know, suppressed somewhere down there. But they're gonna be suppressed and gonna be sitting somewhere down there. But, I mean, they can be sitting there for a long time. They can be sitting there for a long time, completely suppressed. And I feel when you like suppress them long enough and there's like new generations being, you know, born and stuff, and like they're not exposed to those ideas that got kind of suppressed too deep, right? They already just like assume whatever is on the surface is what they need to also, you know, just kind of make theirs. More fuel, yeah.
What's up?
Indoctrinate the future generations, don't you worry. Especially with grandmas, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I have like way too good of examples in that, you know. Especially the grandpa who was, you know, like the part of like the Communist Party and was like, you know, like super, you know, small communism go forward and stuff. And then when that died, she instantly just became, you know, super religious, and now she's pushing that. Hard to say, hard to say. What's actually there, the idea, I don't know exactly. What was suppressed or not, I'm not so sure. Not so sure. And then again, like right when you get those interactions, you interact with the person, with what they kind of like represent right now. Like you don't know what's like deep there. They're not gonna like open up, you know, to you, I guess. That they just pretending to support something, and in fact they don't. They most likely just gonna keep going. Up to them what they believe, what they indoctrinate. Yep, absolutely. Compliance, just go with the flow. Yeah, exactly. Hello, window. Have to really change their views. True, true. But as I said, like in the long run, right, when like more people, like we're talking multiple generations, for example, right? Like initially, for sure, like you really need to change, which like actually I also see that. As I said, like I lived through some age of change, right? Quite a lot. I did see things and opinions changing, and I see again changing them, and kind of like again, you know, sometimes in third direction already. I see that too much. I see that way too much for my own liking, honestly. I wish I didn't. Wish I didn't. Alright, I get the cool theme and get to the gaming news recap. I'm starting later with it today because we do have not a lot because of the holiday week. Holiday week. The East is still East at Pipiega mindset. I mean, kind of depends though. Kind of depends, I guess. Like like it's not changing on the fundamental level, I guess, because no one really like bothers with that. Like if the mindset is like, you know, be productive, work and stuff like this, then no one even wants to change that, I guess. Whatever, let them be. You just need to kind of like stir that in the direction that benefits you with that. Their seat, their seat. No, I mean, oh, you mean that kind of ESP mindset. I see, I see. I mean, somewhat true, somewhat true. To be honest, it also kind of depends, though. Like I think, I can see the difference at least nowadays in some people, depending on like their upbringing, actually, and not even like, you know, like the type of family, but quite a lot. Well, also I guess that, but quite a lot on like where they grew up. Yeah, people who grew up, for example, in Moscow with like some, you know, ideas and stuff, and like people from like other cities, like my relatives, for example, from other cities, the more deep parts, and it's just like it's super different. When there is like one is like still like very backwards, and another one is like, you know, full on forward, I guess. When you have like, you know, like when you have an uncle who's still like, you know, omega drinking and divorced because he was beating his wife, and then now married to the girl who was in jail, and his ex-wife is married to the guy who was in jail. So, you know, like there's that, for example. There is that, for example. And then in the same time, you have like, I don't know, like my like a brother who grew up in the different city, and he's not drinking, not interested whatsoever. He knows English, you know, he has some interests. When he like, you know, planning to go travel to Japan now and stuff, you know, that kind of stuff. Not interested in any like family, all those things. Like doesn't care about that anymore. True, Jordy, true. So like excuse to discriminate against cultures he doesn't like. Oh, well, I mean, Ultan is from the East himself. So yeah, I don't think he's actually like, you know, it's just Eastern European thing, I guess. Just a Slavic thing. It's just a Slavic thing. Including shitting on your own. Shitting on your own culture and stuff. Yeah, he has the license, he has the permission. He has the permission, I guess. The insatiable human lust for power. Yep. That I think is gonna be like quite a defining factor in many of those things. Yeah, like really would be nice. Would be nice to have some sort of like, you know, like the models like that, like some game like sort of like, you know, Kenshi, right? Those kind of games like Rim World, even in a way, right? Maybe, kinda, something similar. Yeah, just like have actual, you know, like people. Like obviously no one really like experienced something like that too much. Well, somewhat, I guess, right? We had like some at least like local massive cataclysms that did like shift a lot of things. Like again, like earthquakes, right? In Armenia, for example, destroyed a shitload. Like some wars and stuff, right? You just get some people maybe who experience, some psychologists who were researching those right things, those parts of like history, and working with people who were part of it. For example, psychologists, sociologists, right? Economists and stuff, and just kind of like try to get some sort of model for that, right? To get it into the games, like kind of like game systems built on some model like that, and just see how it even like goes, you know, like how it's gonna do. And well, I mean, it's also a game, you know, can play that stuff and try to affect some of that. That would be something I would love to play. Absolutely. Absolutely. And no potato jokes from you. Why though? Why? Why? Alright, let's go. Get the coffee and stuff. Get my camera. Whoop. No, like not them making it, but kind of like, you know, kind of like if someone would be interested to like collaborate with some like devs or something who would be like making a game sort of off of that, and they would be just kind of providing the research, the ultimate idea guys, sorta, right? Yeah, or like, you know, the usual idea guys developing things, and them just doing kind of like analysis of what developers are creating and like stirring it in the right direction. A lot is fun because it's isn't hyper realistic. True. I do agree. But actually having like some sort of like realistic model, it would be different kind of game, absolutely. But like I would actually be still, I would actually, just out of curiosity, you know, I'd be interested to see where such kind of like digital, you know, simulator of post-apocalyptic event of the worldwide scale would go. I would be just kind of interested, and to play that too, maybe. Why not? Would be interesting just to observe that, honestly. And then again, you can also make it kind of unrealistic a little, right? Like, just make this model, right? Those systems and stuff built on like the real things, and then kind of like modify it a bit with some like things that are more sci-fi, and like add like, you know, like way more high technology like weapons and stuff. Get some like fictional countries and societies instead of the real ones. And boom, that's already some sort of like, you know, sci-fi, the sci-fi RPG there all of a sudden. Again, like something like Kenshi, for example, that I still need to kind of play at some point would be nice. Or would be interesting. Alright, let's start in the cam. Pour that coffee in. Resources, come on, dude. Every time. Stalker I like. Stalker, in my opinion, is kind of like a bit better. But, well, actually, no, okay, like the OG Fallouts are okay for me too. The newer ones, well, 3 and 4 mostly, right? Like, they kind of already like a little unserious for me personally, and I would rather prefer things to stir a little more kind of towards the Stalker, yeah, I guess. See what I say, yeah? Alright, camera, boom. Okay. Let's go switch a room. Músicas. That is not an RPG despite what is written on the box. Oh, that's a nice shooter. It's a nice shooter. With RPG elements, I guess. Deep enough elements, I guess. Alright, let's go. Done advocating for antisocial behavior. Brother got like, you know, got masters and psychology on the side just to become the mega doomer game dev. Trying to be an indie solid developer in this economy with 3 releases behind and living on the beans and rice diet. Like, dude is like the ultimate doomer right there. Exaggerate how bad they are. Oh, Kagik is just trolling though. Don't mind him. Don't mind him. He just hates everything Bethesda, so we just meme about this mostly, about the Bethesda stuff. Most of the people at least, not everyone, but most of the people at least do meme. Even though there's a lot of valid criticism about it for sure, but it's still enjoyable. For sure. I mean, I'm like at this point already a couple of thousands probably of hours in Fallout 76, so I can't really say anything about it. No hard feelings there, no hard feelings. Hey, you boy, hello. No, they're fun for sure. That's the main thing I could say even about like the new Fallouts. They're fun. They're not like, you know, deep. They're not like good. Okay, fine. Like good, maybe like, you know, like they're not good story-wise. Let's put it that way, right? They're not bringing the same good quality experience like the old games. But they fun, yeah. They fun. That you can't take from them. Absolutely. Broken. With quite the shit writing, at least for the main quests, but fun. For sure, for sure. I agree.
Keep going with the flow, but it feels we're moving slow while my head's still underwater.
There we go. Alright, one sec. I'm gonna go to the bottom first and then switching to the kitchen with coffee. 1 second. One more ambient.
And it's right now. I'm slowly losing sense. It don't make sense, but I can keep on wondering about things I should have done instead. Though we're right here, and it's right now. Gotta take the time to cross the line and find the place where we align. Am I losing my mind? Tell me why can I rewind? My head's still underwater, how my nerves are caving in. Oh, will you take me home? I don't care how far we go, to reach the stage where we belong and where we'll both become.
Alright, are we good? Let's go. The insane BDSM harness. Yeah, a little bit. On. So I'm kind of got tangled a bit here. Okay, this should work. You should do. This way or other way? This way, I think. There we go. Alright. Whoop. Good. We good. Alright, let's go. The light. Alright, let's go. Portable low. How we do, man? How's it going? I see, I see. Got some dink gym day there, I see. Damn, Jordy, actually going before New Year's, not after. It's time indeed, it is time. Let's go. Alright, how's the water? The water is good. Where's my coffee? Can hopefully maybe like stretch this until probably not. Still have like almost a month left in the coffee. Not that much. Well, we're gonna go to the supermarket probably tomorrow, and I hope we'll find some beans there. Even though I don't know, maybe I'll get the IRL streams on board hard, as in we're gonna be going during the day to get some coffee outside or something, and some food here maybe. I could actually, just for some IRL, and then resume grinding some other time. We'll see. Maybe I will. Because the beans like this is basically the shitty Starbucks stuff. It's overpriced as hell. Cyberpunk box is the one I'm carrying my grinder in. The Cyberpunk stickers from the Cyberpunk collaboration with the Russian pizza chain. Back in the good days, you know. I got the Cyberpunk pizza there with Coca-Cola barbecue sauce. It was actually kinda alright. I ate it on stream. That was about the good times. And they had some stickers with it. So I just put them here. Because it was just like the white plain box, so I just put some stickers and I added some like this, like the Uzbekistan, again Russian pizza chain, but in Uzbekistan, with the TMNT collab and the super cheesy pizza they had. And yes, I'm Elgato DJI. Well, that's the coffee devices company. GOG Pog. And that's basically it. And the Burst. That's the one where Dick was working as the community manager. He got me some stickers there too. Feels good. Feels good. Alright, 1 second, I'm gonna get some to drink. It's kinda hot. I want to drink some insane local soda water. This seems hot. Also, I have the insane beer. Well, I actually haven't tried it yet. I guess on New Year's we're gonna be doing some taste testing for a lot of local beers and stuff. This is the little bottle. Feels good, huh? Just the soda water, nothing special. Oh, it's cold. Feels good. Feels good. All right, coffee loaded. And also was looking like we're gonna end up in India, in Delhi in April. I'm like, oh, let's see what's the weather around that time in Delhi. And I'm like, bruh, are like average like 34 up to plus 40, and I'm like, dude, again. See, Marcel, let's see. It's grinding time. The grind use. Як собаки yellow. I bet also in such heat the air quality will be even better in Delhi. We're gonna like that. We're gonna like that. I'm actually gonna fly to Kolkata probably in the end. You can actually pick how long of a layover you want there. But the problem is going for long one will be pointless because I'm not gonna be able to stream there. They don't have the SIM card stores in Kolkata airport. And yeah, trying to find SIM cards in the city. I did try that in Mumbai. You can, but it's pain. It's pain. So like most of the time we're gonna have, they're probably gonna be wasted. So I would just rather probably get like 5 hours layover. That should be enough, and then already deal with the SIM cards and stuff in Delhi. And Delhi does have all the SIM cards for tourists in the airport. Should be doable. Ugh, it's good. Feels good, man. You drink and you instantly like start sweating. Instantly. I should go easy, but it's already like evening, kind of like a little colder, so you think why? Dude, all time I check like the Vietnam prices for condos and stuff, like bro. This shit's good. I kind of for now pre-feeling some good vibes about it. And the coffee should be good there. And food should be good there. Gonna be insane, hopefully. Just a bit, Jordy, just a bit. The grind use already happened. Already happened. Past like couple of days, just like go into like the local, the Japanese ramen place. It's actually quite reasonably priced and actually pretty good. Like miso soup is basically like what 50 cents for miso soup, even though it's kind of like a very small portion. You know, like the pork with beans is like $2. And ramen already kind of depends though. But you can get like some mega chunk one for like $6. More like 7 probably. But it's nice. It's nice. And try like different ramens while we're here, I guess too. The insane different food mocking. Alright, let's go. Where's the coffee glass now? So today some advanced, like, also Russian grandmas retired here leaving. Like 2 of them just like discussing stuff in the supermarket. A lot of them like already with like, you know, the Google Lens, whatever, translating all this stuff with their phones. Then just going on the checkout, paying with like Union Pay cards with yuan and stuff. I have one too actually. And then saying like all the thank you and everything in Thai. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's like a retirement here does seem kinda nice. Too bad my grandma has like too many like different health conditions and stuff already at this point and in the age where it's a little late probably for her to go to this kind of retirement. Go. See, when all our resident boomers around, I'll get even older. It's gonna be time to have for everyone to get the retirement visa here. And then we can also just like gather in the morning in the local cafe, get some cold ones, and just enjoy living the life. I'm just looking at this retirement and looking at retirement people have, you know, back home, like my grandmas for example, and like, bro, I would rather live this. I'm just like going, you know, to the sea in the morning or to the swimming pool. There are some like old dudes here that are like, dude, they fucking ripped, like holy shit. Like my friend went to the gym, he was like, bro, I got mogged basically. This guy like 60 or something, and he's just like, you know, fucking six-pack and everything. Like what the fuck? And just like all the retirement, you just like go to the sea, eat some decent nice cheap food, work out and relax. Get all the sun also soaked in. Like what the fuck, dude? That's the dream. Not quite a lot of them also like with quite young Thai girls, but that's already a different story. That's already different story. Ethically in other ways. I'll be just all over the swimming part. The swimming part is my jam. Swimming in sun, oh, quite hot though. That's a bit of a problem. And I guess you have AC for that. If your retirement fund's allowing that, then why the fuck not? Come on.
It's your turn to be what you want to be.
Ah, there we go. Turned.
You are my source of inspiration. I got work to do.
It's always like hot to remove the coffee leftovers. Like usually in other countries the water was like very cold, huh? Just kind of cool it down a bit. Get your finger cold too, and then you just get everything out. Here it ain't that cold, eh? And it starts burning well, way faster.
Take me to the next phase.
All right.
See, my name is Grandma Funk.
Have bother about being fit at that age? Yeah, it's kind of health reasons, man.
Ain't no room to be standing.
Honestly, looks kind of whatever. I tell you that, dude. Like when I was even more fat, smoking, drinking, absolutely zero muscles, piece of shit, I actually get way more action with girls than ever since I got like more fit and started doing some workout and stuff, you know. And quit smoking and everything too. See, it's more kinda for yourself. And you do it for yourself, not for everyone or anyone, whatever. A mega meal. Didn't eat mine yesterday. Okay, don't really eat that much. Sometimes you just like see a lot of good stuff. You want to get all the good stuff, and then you just like don't even have really time to eat everything. I don't want to overeat. And being fat here totally would be easy too. Super easy. This food and these prices, absolutely. I'll wait for the microwave a bit. Also being job and you want to put that energy into something. Yeah, exactly. That's what I also mean, right? Because like retired people like back home that I see, they don't have any outlet for that energy, you know. For us, maybe it'll be easier. We already, you know, the gaming generation. Maybe we'll just spend the retirement just playing fucking video games all day, every day. And a lot of people retired have no outlet. Then you have some drinking. It depends, I guess, right? Again, on the culture, country, and everything. Get all this like being bored and stuff. And not knowing what to do with all this time. Well, sometimes like government, like municipalities and stuff back home, they got like some programs pretty much for retired people to just entertain them and provide some social interactions to them. So they don't feel bored, don't feel abandoned, get some social interactions. This job, after all, is also social interaction in its own. Alright, let's get that. And the harness out. And whoop. And off it goes. Oh, Hughes. There we go. Ugh. That's the right one. Alright, that's the right one. Oh, bro, microphone's flying. Microphone's flying. Right, done. Nothing you can complain about. The skill. The skill. Not been there, so you can. That's 655. The remote with the massive ones. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Them giga streaks. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Still going strong there. All right. What is your old relationship? I see, I see. Yeah, even the Game Awards didn't stop him. Defeated everything to remain in charge of his streak. Alright, let's go, huh? Whew. The normal plugs in Thailand. Well, yeah, already like switched the camera, but I can show you. There are 3 different types of plugs you can basically find here. You have this atrocious ones. I have this. Friend bought like the fumigator against the insectos. Like you have this stuff. You have the UK, I think, triple one, right? The usual one, but with the third contact, and you have the regular ones. And the usual, like the outlets and plugs, they have everything. You can use all three types in the most of the in the most of the outlets. Mostly. See, they have all three usually. Like we got those, like, you know, adapters with us, and we haven't need them once, you know. The struggle with plugs abroad, we can do it even worse. Well, if you coming in here, you're gonna have no problems. Like all the plugs. Remind me tomorrow. I'll show you. Yeah, I don't have any like nearby that I can show really. But yeah, they have them all actually supported, like anything. Like we had absolutely no problem. But if you buy something here electronic, you need to check what kind of plug you're buying. Like when I was buying like the phone charger here, because I needed like my router, my 5G router actually, if I want to power him from the outlet, it needs 9 volts. 9 volts, 5 ampere, I think. So I needed to get like the kind of fast charger for it to work, which I had one, but I wanted to keep one for my phone, so I needed to buy one. And yeah, I needed to be sure that I'm gonna get the Euro plug, so I can use it in other places too. And in India, we also had no problems whatsoever with the plugs. So all this, like, you know, adapters we got and stuff, traveling adapters, were not needed yet. We'll see in Vietnam, but I think it's gonna be probably more or less the same, I guess. So far, no problems. Alright, let's go. This. Man, now that there's like the YouTube ads here in Thailand, you can really get some old soundtracks because they're not on fucking Spotify. And on YouTube, you just get bombarded with ads now too. Let's just keep some of this going probably then, and switch categories. Alright, done. Updated. See, outlets and plugs are not a problem so far here. Unless you want to buy something that you're gonna take with you, then you need to make sure you're buying the Euro plugs or whatever plugs you have at home. But local outlets actually support everything though. No problemos. Alright, gonna get the food here ready real quick. Not ready, eat it already even. Yo. Gonna eat the food. That's quite a lot of pork here actually. Dude, these meals are insane. Like $1 for that meal, like what the fuck, dude? And the places with the meals, you can get the meals for local, then even that's still a little more expensive, but this is supermarket stuff. I got all sold today though. Got 2 last ones. And they can also heat it up right there for you. In case you don't have microwave at home. Some rooms, I guess, and apartments don't, so people just get all of that heated up right there. And then you can like sit outside of the supermarket, so like in a cafe, at the table, and eat whatever you got there. Alrighty, Siggy, enjoy the walk. Enjoy it. Så ni kan se. Enjoying insane Andromeda där. Alright. Food get time. Let's do like the beach in the morning. That was the feel that I kind of like, you know, got back to my childhood when we went to like Black Sea and stuff. And, like everyone on the beach pretty much Russian. The fuck, dude? Where'd they come here? What is this place? A lot of people too, not too many. Still nice to swim. It's still very nice to swim. I'm gonna get that routine going. I'm back to the grind. Hey Zach Mark, hello. How we doing, man? I'm gonna get some routine and structure going back. With all this chaos and everything. My wife is just all over the place. I need the stable swimming. Now, Game Awards, we did vote. We just wait now. No new sales, all the same. Starfield 40% off. It's time. It's time. Damn. Realms of Ruin at 90% off. Holy shit. That shit flopped very hard. Down over 3. Well, if it's like 95% off. Only 80? Nah. 90 or bust. Like only like $3 acceptable. I'm not willing to pay more for the meme. The Epic's free games are people posting, so I'm checking. But yeah, I haven't really picked many. A lot of stuff I already have. There was one that I missed that was kind of soggy, I guess, a bit, but whatever. It won't get cheaper. Maybe it's gonna be for free on Epic or something. Maybe. I could see that. This could, yeah, that I have already. But it's nice indeed. That's good. Man, this meal is nice. Nice pork there. And a bunch of garlic. And the discount will be over. It's gonna be a bit more expensive though, but I'm okay with that. Not even on sale, I guess, like really? Huh. Yeah, really? Really? Huh. The fuck? He was like, no, bro. We're just gonna disrespect you. No sales there. Get the full price. Así que se parece. I play some stuff, I think. Like once or twice, maybe. Let's see, when do I see him? And we got some hucks and stuff there. The insane hacker months. Some insane third-party launchers or something. Glorious hello. How we doing, man? I'm almost done. Let's see, when do I see him? Yeah, the dang batch files and stuff. Holy. Is it actually more simple though than just having the store? To be honest. See, che stiamo adesso. Microsoft Store has insane cheap games, and they have maybe like a regional price for you there. Because I remember that the Game Pass in Turkey was actually pretty cheap. $35 Elden Ring. One day, man, one day. One day. I like how like during the sales, all the popular releases, new releases just get bored completely. Like popular new releases, I don't know. Like bro, that was like November. Europa Universal is 5 popular new release apparently. Yeah. But very fresh. Outer Worlds still. It's a sign. I mean, it's not even on sale, bro. 10% salsa, bro. No. No. Europa Universal and stuff I wouldn't mind, but like it either should be like some mega discount. But yeah, Paradox is not really going with like some random streamers. They only go with their own boys. They're dedicated streamers. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be ever dedicating myself to the Paradox games. I do like playing them from time to time though. The Arc Raiders with 20%. The Arc Raiders is pumping hard, like holy shit. Avatar all of a sudden. What the fuck? It's kind of weird. It's one of those Ubisoft games that actually ends up being kind of decent, but it's just like under the radars pretty much. Third person updates and stuff. Still don't like the fact that you need to get the guns. You can get the guns and stuff. That's like, I don't know. Feels weird to me, honestly. Feels weird to me. It makes it kind of some weird, some weird type of immersion. It's just a bunch of games that maybe will release, but probably not. And just whoever didn't update yet that they're releasing in 2026 is just gonna show them here. Yeah, the zero losses, we saw that already before. I think it's happening probably this year. Oh, wait, moves it. Wait. Did I play the demo of the moves it Diamond Hand, or I think it was, right? Still didn't release him. Yeah, Betrayal Club Low was insane. Yeah, that was the demo within him. That was nice. Yes, as I say, huh? So the insane grudge, I mean, it's hella, dude, huh? It's grudge against the world, huh? At this point, already just accept it. Don't question it. Sometimes I feel like, you know, like Finns are kind of like, you know, a little kind of like Slavs, just like on another side of the border, sort of. Too much similarities, you know, in terms of bitterness and grudges against everything. Depression and hate and toxicity. We might become kind of similar sometimes, at least some specimens. I guess being neighbors, you know, kind of rub against each other. Rub against each other. Born with the Book of Grudges, yeah. Some Warhammer dwarves right there. I want the thing centralized, I see. No, I actually kind of don't really mind even. I think I logged in though on this PC, on laptop only. They sometimes do some like mega sales, so when I want to pick something, I actually quite often just get it on Epic, because you can like save a bunch. Right now they have 20% cashback, which is also kind of not bad, I guess. Actually, I did get like some cashback before. Yeah, I still have like $1.50 from Elder Scrolls Online. So you get like 1/5 of the game price basically back and can buy something else. So, you know, why not? Seems kinda alright for me. Yeah, Doom 50%. Well, we've seen it already. Like sales are just like never changing. Like during the sale, browsing Steam is kind of pointless. Well, when the results of the Game Awards will be, the Steam Awards will be out, then we check. Then For Honor for 80 cents. Pog. Time to get it. Damn, the Fallout 76 skins are with 50% discount. Bro, they got the what's the name? The Maxon's coat actually in Atomic Shop for items. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. I already was like kind of waiting when they're gonna return it like to the store on Steam for like $5 or something again. But it's actually in item store for like 10 more days. I'm like, yep, I'm buying that shit. And I did. And the Steam recap. No, Steam recap we did already. Steam recap we did. We'll see maybe, but we did already. We did already. I did the recap in. Loomwood still pumping some content. When's it gonna be? Yeah, demo 2020, early access 2022. Been a while, I wonder. Yeah, I did get the Steam recap on, was it last week actually? Or before, a week before last or something. But yeah, we did check it. We did check it. And the Mass Effect 2 Legendary, I need to get that. At this point it might also be for free or something, you know, like when you get that deep you just kinda like already wait, you just wait already. Alright, let's see any hidden gems here all of a sudden. The Decrepit actually is cool though, but yeah, not sure when that is gonna be. Maybe even work. Decrepit we saw an announcement shows, we might keep it low. Can we get the old style, please? Where was that shit even? I already forgot. This way. Tainted Grail. With the DLC. Now we'll need to get the DLC for this too. Alright, then we wait now, I guess. And the DLC and the mega sales. Total War Warhammer. Could actually get it. They did. They were asking about this with the DLC, but yeah, I was like in the process with all the moves and stuff, kinda. So didn't get on board with that. True, okay, so like it's true, huh? Free on Twitch back in 2022. Yeah, that's already I think when we lost our primes and everything, so I couldn't even get that stuff. Yeah, I think it was directly activated on connected Twitch accounts, so yeah, I couldn't really get it, unfortunately. Yeah, the old queue system is there. Like the new system is kind of nice, but the locks some stuff. Wonder how Pioneer is doing. We'll check. They're actually getting better. I got like the roadmap on that. The fun part, like in the main markets in like Russia and Belarus, they have this shit locked in some PPG stores. Speaking of Epic Games, right? But it's even worse. Like Epic Games at least kind of like has some functionality. I've Steam, the PPG store has like nothing. And whenever like some patch is out, like the Steam users who change the regions and stuff are already playing the patch, and people on PPG, on the PPG launcher, they still wait for a few more days until patch is deployed. But I mean, reviews actually kind of recovering here, surprisingly. Kinda recovering. I guess we can check. Well, the Steam numbers are not really showing though. It's the major people playing on PPG store. All-time players peak right now, actually. Sun, 1,500. Yeah, the main people playing on completely different launcher. They still, I guess, the servers are the same though, because it's kind of MMO-ish, I guess. But yeah, it's a different launcher where everyone's from the main markets playing. The Orbit Zero. I mean, could be alright. Seems kind of a little dank. Seems like Omega UI galore. Like speaking like of UI galore speaking, I kind of like I got, well, I mean it's Hooded Horse, right? But yeah, I could get this, for example. This released recently, 1.0. Well, actually no, not yet, but yeah, it's gonna be released soon. Yeah, there it is, January 5th. I don't know, man. We'll see about this one. Like I played the demo of this one. I took like just to read through like the UI, you know, tooltips and manual. I took like probably like half an hour just doing that. And there is way more. Like this game is fucking insane. So I don't know if I'm gonna go into it. Like I would love to, but that seems like the game you need to like live for some time. Yeah, I need to recommend this like the Mugface, even though I don't know if he's not a huge fan of sci-fi, I think, but yeah, I think this game is like for the levels of autism I can't reach probably. I don't know if I'm capable actually. Like you need to be like, you know, on the whole next power level to play this stuff in a good way, because this is insane. And it's gonna be 1.0 now, so it's gonna be even more. Post-apocalyptic sci-fi. Russian devs. Dream experiment. Argunov games. Yeah, that does kind of sound like it indeed. Does sound like it. Seems dank, seems dank. Seems like one that is kind of like looking a little too ambitious for what it is. I'm not so sure. Just 6 head. There's just a lot of shit going on. Like this game like has like simulations for like everything. Like you basically start kind of like sort of like grand strategy on Earth in a way. Like this kind of, right? There's like all the politics of the Earth going on. You need to kind of unify the Earth, I guess, to fight against alien invasion and stuff. And then it goes like all over, you know, like fucking solar system, you know, different planets, spaceships and stuff. It's just like, bro, it's insane. Like it has everything. Okay, there's one of those games you probably get, and then you like you good for a while. Like just like getting through it, you probably will already take a while. You need to figure out, you know, that it's aliens first, and then you need to kind of figure out how to fight them and stuff. Insanely tedious then. Senshi didn't like this one. Alright, I see. I see how it is, huh? Yeah, it's a lot of negative reviews are pretty much from the people who kind of were like overwhelmed. I like in demo I was overwhelmed, dude. Like I don't know, like they sent me, I'm like, dude. I mean, it's a really good game, but I don't know if I'm ready to commit to this. It's not something you just like for 2 hours, you know, kind of like check real quick. It's something you need to dive into, and yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be my gem, and I don't know if it's gonna be the Chad's gem, to be honest, also for such commitment. But it's good stuff. It's good, and reviews are good too, actually, so. Seems good. The queue up and recommended now. Holy. Of the coin flipping esports. Plague Lord's a witch hunt. In October it was out. Gibbon got confused already what to show me again. True Glory is true. Try it. Like, it's good if you're into like sci-fi and that kind of management, but yeah, maybe try the demo. If demo is still available, actually check the demo. If it's fine enough levels for you, then try. If it's too much, then I guess not. And this one was mixed though. It seems kind of like decent enough, I guess. Love this style. Oh, okay. Effort to be different, they somehow just ended up being obscure and unintuitive. Spent most of my short time clicking randomly because mechanics are explained but not shown. Dude, you gave this game like, bro, like 20 minutes, dude. Like, how did you like came to all these conclusions? Sorry devs, but you gotta account for the average consumer being slow and dim-witted like me. Well, at least you're self-conscious. Alright, fine. I guess. It sucks so much that 20 minutes is enough. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes true. Some games are quite fast also, right? They just kind of like throw you in, so you can already like in 20 minutes you actually got some gameplay and stuff going, right? It's just like in some games in 20 minutes you don't even get to gameplay usually, sometimes, you know. Sometimes you just get in the menu, maybe like some character creation or something, and you're done. Paramilitary force against the growing space cult. Program units, build a fleet, trade, research, engage in deep tactical combat in this RPG strategy hybrid. In space, then. Like something Hello is playing. Maybe, maybe. Oh, they don't have the demo there, Glorious? I see. Ah, unlucky, unlucky. Like the art style, I see. So the weeb shit. You can't see the weeb shit here. Alright, I see. Alright, he didn't get debated. Like behind here. And got this team a little wider here, so like part of this shit is kinda hidden now. Hidden now. You were a hospital simulator. And we got the holiday update. Holy shit. Pumping, pumping. Decorate your hospital, man. The fuck is that? The peak streamers lopen, hè. Omega content. Find all Christmas 2025. I got that. Not the cats this time, damn. Actually not looking for cats this time. Insane. I think Steve tried with Divinity. I actually kind of was considering it too, but haven't got to setting it up yet. Crabs must die. The fuck is this like banner for this though? Survive in a hostile open world filled with mutated crabs and other enemies. Big gaming dude. There's the S in the gameplay, yeah. He's gotta get the bait going. You just need the bait. Don't need to actually have that in the game. Oh yeah, the dog pile. The Suika game with dogs, eh? Dog-like dick builder. There it is, eh? But with Suika elements. See what I say, eh? I think Steve had some issues, but I think it's because he's alt-tabbing his head or something. Out of the box at least. Alright, checked this stuff. Let's get to the news. This year, not really this year. Well, I mean, pretty much this year already. Almost done soon. Almost done soon. But this week wasn't anything fancy. With all the holidays, wasn't much going on. But we got something, so might as well. Car Radius is insane, dude. They still kind of 24-hour peaks are kind of like massive, eh? The game is like out already, like for 2 months almost, and no problems still. What the fuck? Still pumping. Don't want exclusive full screen as CBT, I see, alright. It did like drop a little bit. 13 minus 13% now. People desire the extraction shooting, yeah. Well, I mean, it's pretty well made one too, so I guess that makes sense. Then Path of Exile 2 is here too. What the fuck? The season is good? Why is Hello here? What the fuck? What the fuck? You guys missing some Pog season there. So many people enjoying. You just don't understand the normies. The Path of Exile normies. My winter car and trending rather. Getting in them wish lists already slowly. Insane. Let's see, what do I say? Icarus got some boost now in players. Actually, it kind of in general does seem like, oh no, okay, that's a boost indeed. What the fuck? New mega updates. The mega updates. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. Pog. I'm gonna get a mad 120 FPS. I'm gonna break the game also or something. I wonder. Alright, let's get into the news. Call of Duty co-creator, Infinity Ward and Respawn Entertainment co-founder and Battlefield ahead. Vince Zampella dies age 55. Monka is. Developer was killed in a single car collision. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, Medal of Honor and stuff too, holy. $160 kilometers per hour into wall, Monka is. Yeah, I heard there was like some sort of like insane sports car collection here, so I guess. No, there's a video actually. Monka is. Nothing left of the car. Holy. Oof. That sucks, dude. That sucks. Still had more games in him there too, huh? Like 55. That's already like less than 20 years away. Need to remember not to drive the sports cars, eh? I was kind of planning, you know, to get a collection at some point, but need to rethink that. Need to rethink that now. A 007 First Light has been delayed, so Hitman Dev's IO can further buff the bondage. Game progress and well, fully playable from beginning to end. A desire to further polish the bondage and set it up for long-term success. Promise more Bondly updates early next year. The bondage. T1 delays fine. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. That is not bad. Yeah, wonder where they're gonna start fighting for that GTA 6 time slot for release. Gameplay reveal did look very rough, I see. Itsubian, hello. The GPT headline? Really? Think so? Think so? Yeah, I think it's just like a rock, paper, shotgun style in terms of titles and stuff in general. The James Bondage. Horrible, boring, and cheap. Experts pan new chatbot NPCs, but some leave room for optimism. LLM-fed NPCs may be here to stay. There it is. That was, I guess, about the where winds meet, and I got some more stuff. Or it's just kind of the yup one there. Oh yeah, the chatbot. Yeah, so they do be discussing it here. I just want to kind of find where's the main parts they're going. Mostly. Oh, I guess it just kind of appears here. Writer narrative designer known for 80 Days, Thirsty Suitors, and Sable, chatbot and Where Winds Meet sounds both horrible and boring. And LLM chatbots are the least interesting, most resource-hungry, most corporately controlled version of procedurality and generation. The field games narrative has pioneered them. Chatbots are toys with a novelty value for some players, but the fact they can answer anything is more of a disadvantage than an advantage. Games are not about giving players as much agency as possible, they're about designing agency in pleasurable or thematically interesting ways. What the player cannot do, what the player cannot say, what the game says and leaves unsaid, these limitations convey what the story and the world mean to the player. What the chatbot says or doesn't say is not intentional. I made something for you without even knowing you. You in playing, reading, listening, experiencing, no part of my humanity without knowing me. Write those dialogues to begin with. Yeah, I guess. Like, people already did like so much like unintended things with these NPCs in Where Winds Meet. So you need to give a whole bunch of like guardrails and limitations on that stuff. So is it actually worth it? And would it actually be good? Don't see genuine place for LLM chatbot in fiction, apart from some specific cases where the affordances and failures of the technology are part of the narrative or thematic conceit. This is all before you consider myriad ethical problems she describes with AI and LLMs. Climate impact of data centers, privacy dangers of sharing intimate details of your life with a corporately controlled chatbot, creators having LLMs trained on their writing without being paid and then watching LLMs replace their work, and chatbots hallucinating reality, driving us further away from truth at a time where the information landscape is hopelessly fragmented, polluted, politicized, and delusional. You know, friend Flora Media now is trying to find a job as the graphics illustrator and stuff, and designer in general. Yep, do be a massive struggle now already. Question is as simple as, do we want to live in a live world or a dead one? And all desperate for a more connection with nature, with each other, with life itself. We're increasingly atomized, overworked, underemployed, choked by toxic air at risk of floods, earthquakes, heat waves, while billionaires and elites consume the planet for profit and leave us to live in the wreckage. And their solution to all of this is for us to look deeper into the machine vortex for friendship, validation, and connection rather than each other. Deep. Bart Kryminsky, an assistant professor of design tech at Cornell Tech University, questions the suitability of the technology itself, saying that LLM-based chatbots won't tend to make good NPCs. They're too unoriginal to come up with novel ideas in a conversation and too uncontrollable to do what a narrative designer might want. But I think that statement kind of does nail it, I think, completely. As a result, they tend to wash out the strong authorial intent that characterizes really good narrative design, while also not really giving a player much to work with, and if viewed as an open-ended improv partner. Yorfir, hello. How we doing, man? Kryminsky, who until recently led the storytelling lab at Midjourney, which makes AI models and is known best for its image generator, believes developers are awkwardly wedging Gen AI into contexts where it doesn't really fit, particularly in popular proven genres. And on top of that, present-day executive-level interest seems to be mostly driven by a desire to cut production costs, even though pursuing this strategy pretty much always makes the resulting games weaker. They also believe LLMs could help create new interesting experiences and point to examples away from mainstream development. 1001 Nights is designed around tricking the LLM simulated character into saying certain words. Designer didn't just drop LLM-based NPCs into established game genre and put a ton of design and thought into coming up with new handcrafted interactions around the LLM-based core gameplay loop. They also point to Infinite Craft, praised by RPS former reviews editor Torn, a crafting game that uses an LLM to let players combine seemingly unrelated ideas. Kreminsky thinks there is a whole new category of games that could be designed using LLMs not as chatbots but as interpreters of open-ended player input. That kinda true. In Facade, the 2005 interactive story created by Michael Mateus and Andrew Stern, players walk around an apartment, type whatever they want, and watch the game respond. And LLMs weren't around then, so Michael and Andrew had to handcraft a super elaborate rules-based parser to make sense of these open-ended player utterances. It broke often, but Kreminsky still found the mix of scripted and improvised play compelling. You can imagine LLMs sitting as one of many components in a designer-led system that supports this facade-style play. Success would look a lot more like inventing a new game genre than augmenting an existing one. But they say before ending a consummate academic, more research is needed. Don Griliopoulos, a writer and narrative designer formerly of Inflection Games, Improbable and Proxy Studios, share the same ethical concerns around AI as his peers, including energy usage, copyright and ownership, risks of structural unemployment, and the difference in values between CEOs and workers. But from a purely practical perspective, he believes chatbots will become more common and better over the next decade. Where Winsby chatbots are in the bad state, he says, they are too general and break the fiction too often, but he envisages narrative designers curating similar chatbots and writing backstories, world histories and personalities that feed into these NPCs, shaping their responses. These texts, he points out, could be written by AI, but I wouldn't necessarily want a chatbot to do that because of its tendency towards the average. I want to curate my world and I want to make something original and new. Like, well, it could be kind of like, I guess, interesting if it's gonna be like, you know, like some sort of a super reactive RPG world or something. You know, where like everything like reacts to your actions and choices, kind of like Lime, you know, like it like rewrites the fiction sort of in a way, at least like not directly changes the game. Well, to some extent, I guess directly, right? But kind of like adding things to the dialogues more, you know, like changing like the looks maybe of some environment and stuff. Depending on your choices, or maybe allowing you to kind of like, you know, like set up some sort of like background for your character, and that background actually gets also injected into some of like the game things, you know, like it just kind of like analyzes whatever you've written as the backstory for your character, and based on that it kind of like creates like some like NPCs, some books in the game or something, right? Like around your some like around whatever like piece of lore about your character you wrote there as your like, you know, like the background story sorta. But then again, like if you write some dumb shit there, it might completely, you know, like ruin the whole immersion and everything, though, because everything is going to be built around the dumb shit, which may be on its own going to be kind of funny content then, I guess, I don't know, for some people to enjoy. Sort of Steve, yeah, that's what they were trying to do. I don't know actually if they're still on it. It wasn't actually one of the devs, like, recently, like, dead or something, or it was a different one. First AI girlfriend? Well, you need that. Not even looking for the real one, to be honest, at the moment whatsoever. Why would I need AI one too? Why would I need that? Wet dream for point and click and then deciding what is possible and what not? Yeah. Rule. You could do something like the academic guide was actually kind of like sounding good and reasonable about that stuff. Like you can like build something around it that will be kind of cool, but using it to augment already existing genres is gonna be kind of like very tricky and maybe not really needed. But again, like I think in some like RPGs and stuff that could be kind of alright. The thing is that it depends though. Like do you like, if it'll be like, imagine, you know, like you have like this like ultimate Omega RPG, right? That like uses all this like LLMs and stuff to kind of like create the fiction around your like all the whims and desires, sorta. And you can play it like endlessly. You know, there's just like constantly some stuff going on. It just kind of like analyzes whatever you do and just like keeps progressing endlessly the story for you to like go through based on your decisions, based on your preferences and stuff. Or would you rather just like get like instead play like a bunch of different experiences that are kind of like tailored by someone, you know? I think that kind of some appeal is there though, even though I would prefer that in some like systematic kind of games. Again, like kind of Kenshi, right? Like some RimWorld or some shit, right? Where the game is already kind of like driven by some systems. It's just like the systems can become more smart now. And they can adapt around like what you do and what you choose and what you prefer. So they can be smart and more kind of like, you know, kind of like focused away around you, not in general. Like that, I think it could be kind of interesting. Just basically kind of like making like AI of the game, as in like, you know, what NPCs and things do on their own, just like making it more smart. Making it more smart and making it learn. Kind of like already what some games did before, right? Was like the Hello Neighbor one or something, where it wasn't even in some of the Hitmans, where it's kind of like learns from your behavior how to like, you know, how to counter you and stuff like that. But like in writing, it is really tricky. I think it is really tricky. Only like very controlled environment, I think. If it would be like some classic RPG where you pick some like lines, some answers, and it analyzes those answers and makes something, you know, based on that. As soon as you have some sort of like free, you know, typing prompt, you already basically need to create so many like guardrails around that shit that I'm not sure if it's even worth, really. Otherwise, people gonna get like some super mega broken, hilarious, or some other things out of your game then instantly. Also believes that the industry needs to wake up to the inevitability of Gen AI. In other sectors, it's being used to make junior stuff redundant, and we can't just pretend it's not going to happen. Instead of having these angry conversations about how do we stop it, the conversations really could be more productive. How do we retain jobs? How do we retain creativity? How do we avoid this stuff being power hungry and copyright infringing? Can we make a version of this that we are happy with, and can we work towards that? That conversation isn't happening because the CEO class and everybody else is scared of engaging with the AI. Can't think of anybody doing these things right at the moment. One reason for optimism, he says, is that studios relying purely on human writers might more starkly stand out. Players may even be willing to pay more for those games, he says. Hold yourself up as a flagship and go. We make all of this stuff ourselves. Everything is handcrafted. There are people who are willing to pay the extra price for luxury goods. That's kind of like what I was also like, you know, like fury crafting about it, I guess. Like even if they were gonna slap AI on everything and stuff and mass production and everything, there is just gonna be like this like craft like industry, you know, basically mostly indie and everything, right? Where you can get like something high quality and handmade and enjoy it. If you don't want to eat up the mass-produced, you know, AI slope, for example. Going out there and finding the strangeness and finding weird little edges that the AIs aren't going to dig into. Those are the bits of storytelling we can do better still. They can't copy something if there's nothing to copy, so find the new stories, go and do your own research, read weird old books, watch strange films from other countries before it all becomes an average block. Yunus Rabi, the developer and AI researcher currently studying for a PhD at Queen Mary University in London. Chatbot where wins meet feels like a black box commercial industry grade model. Cheap gimmick that was never going to feel coherent with the world. Felt like in a way avoiding the work of writing dialogue for a game and instead externalizing this work to a system that doesn't even seem adapted. LLMs have the advantages of generality and a giant knowledge base, but one of their disadvantages, as seen as where wins meet, is specificity. the sort of wish fulfillment thing behind this technology. I can say whatever and I will get an answer. But honestly, you can do that with a dice. It doesn't mean the answer is relevant to you. That's relevancy, that's precision. That's work that has been put in there by humans. Theoretically possible to make a chatbot that is relevant and adapted to a specific game world, but it would take a lot of work, human work, and at that point you're going beyond the LLM chatbot to what is effectively a procedural generation system, they say. Say we have a game set in a specific era in China or evoking specific folk tales and stories, and want Gen AI, but we want to train it on sources that are from this era. Either historical sources that you have found and have translated, or text that you have curated, cleaned, and reformatted. Or you're hiring writers who write new stories and scenarios that you want to feed in. And all of this, it takes work and specificity, and this specificity is something that you do have to pay for. The cost of research, the cost of writing, and everything that is behind writing a good novel or a good story. If you avoid paying these costs, why would you have in any way advantages of them? Desideriamo da essere. Hope we're gonna get more of that. Hope we're gonna get more of that. More disclaimers and more kind of like, ways to sort of like see if there is or there is not. The industry, they say, needs to slow down. It must first understand the technology, its limitations, its costs, including catastrophic amount of energy, and creators not being paid for the work LLMs are trained on, and then domesticate it. Not impossible that one day AI systems will have a very interesting voice that is relevant and adapted, but behind it, humans will be putting in the work to make sure that this voice is interesting and relevant, and in a way it will be their voice too, because they'll make decisions in that system. Narrative director of Fail Better Games says it's easy to see the appeal of LLM-powered chatbot NPCs. The cynical appeal, he says, is cost, squeezing the most words from the fewest writers, which could ultimately manifest as layoffs and lost institutional knowledge. But he also sees the idealistic appeal, a promise of the fully immersive game where you can do anything and the world responds appropriately. Being able to talk to any NPC about any topic sounds like a big step towards that, right? That ideal and the notion that LLMs move us towards it is misguided, he says. Because the product of writing is not words but meaning, and generative AI can't understand meaning or perspective, can't have insight or appreciation, can only algorithmically guess at what you expect to hear with varying levels of success. Human writers can make the kind of deliberate choices that AI chatbots can't, he says, inflecting incidental NPC lines to imply something about the game's society or recent events. They could add a joke, or tie it to the theme of the game, or foreshadow a future event, or contrast another piece of content elsewhere, all of which adds to the richness of the game. A lot of games with no human writing at all. I do think it's gonna be dog shit though. Like, I do think that most likely not really gonna work. Just like they mentioned already here before, like, if you don't feed it some good material that will be relevant to your game, you're just gonna get like really, really shit quality of text there. Yeah, chatbots do give players agency of sort, freedom to say anything to an NPC and get a response. Lets players go off the rails, but writers already reward players who want to do this. Games like Baldur's Gate 3 enable their players to go off the rails in the most wild, ambitious ways, and then give that meaning because a human writer handcrafted a wicked or delightful consequence to it. LLM couldn't because it doesn't have interiority or motive or a sense of the wider and deeper truths of the game's world. It doesn't understand what a player might want or need, and doesn't respect the player enough to give them what they didn't know they wanted. More widely, he says, even if I could set aside the ethical issues with generative AI that was scraped without permission or payment from creators, I can't. Or the environmental consequences, I won't. Or even the quality issues, I don't want to. I still come back to the fundamental question of why. Why would we want less of those things I just talked about in our art and our games? Why have less ingenuity and craft in them? We deserve games that people worked on with passion. True. Now, the only things I can see that being kind of very useful is just kind of like getting all those like blurs and stuff that and the quips and everything that the characters say randomly here and there. Just kind of like when it's like massive RPG, for example, right? And there's a lot of things when you want to make a lot of like branching, like narrative, you know, branching stories and stuff, right? I could kind of see when it might be useful because you can just kind of like quickly generate like some responses or some like lines that NPC is gonna be throwing depending on whatever like happened or something. You still input all those like events and stuff, right? And just kind of like multiply the same line, but like for the different things that happened and everything. Just kind of like time save, sort of, I guess, for some low quality, you know, type of writing that doesn't require something crazy. That I could see. If you use it for some like main thing, it's gonna be just like not really good. I'm pretty sure. I think that would be not very good, unless it's gonna be like some like really like super committed, you know, like I don't know, someone working on some sort of like, you know, big like universe, the whole universe and stuff, right? And like multiple games, for example, and they just kind of like really train everything on like their own like writing, their own like story and stuff, and train it properly also for a long time with like a big sample size and stuff, with a lot of games that they already have, a lot of writing they already did. Maybe it might be able to produce something somewhat decent. See, let's see. Time to return. Time to return. Too cynical, expect many studios to use AI to lower the cost as much as possible. It's a lower price slope, I mean, for sure. Like, who was that already? Who said, like from Square, someone or something? I don't remember who was that, actually. Was there even the Kojimbo also? No, not Kojimbo, it was someone else. And someone already said, basically, that, yo, guys, like, you might not even notice, but yeah, the AI is already everywhere. And all the big production, everyone is already using it. One way or another, and it's gonna be only more, so they will. They already do. They already do. And they already do use it too much. Not too much, but yet. Not too much yet. But it's already being used. So yeah, like I wouldn't be like nowadays, like if you put things in perspective, maybe a bunch of like the layoffs and everything, even like, you know, some like previous year maybe even and stuff, maybe some of them already were kind of like foreshadowing, you know, just because there were some like works going behind the scenes on all those tools and stuff, and there was like a bunch of, you know, like analysts and stuff who were going like, yo guys, yeah, it's gonna be saving us so much money, we don't need so many people, it's gonna be very big, time to start firing everyone already, before, you know, it became too obvious why we are doing it. Come on, Keeban, load your shit. Keeban refuses to load this shit, and maybe they deleted it actually. I need to check. Actually, wait a second, because of this here. Oh yeah, I have the script blocker there. There we go. Yeah, so the colony ship guy is posting their new RPG, some screenshots. Yeah, I wonder how like go in fantasy will go for them. Like after seeing the Atom guys, what happened with their take on fantasy? I wonder. The Higgs greed, yeah. And no elves and dwarves. All the races different for each region. A massive mammoth-like beasts and anything in between. The 7 tentacles above. Focuses on combat, you won't fight the Elder Gods on account of you being an insignificant insect, but there will be plenty of interactions involving said gods and the good old-fashioned scheming and double-crossing, resulting in 6 distinctive endings. Yeah, like tentacles and stuff, big crabs there. Original assessment was 50-50 odds of turning this idea into a playable game, now it's 70-30 in our favor. All know how many promising projects never made it to release, still long road. Colony ship remains our main budget generator. Future sales are hard to predict, harder to rely on. We should be able to get to the alpha stage at least. If colony ship sells better than expected in the next 2 years, then we'll be able to do more. More unique assets, extra quest lines, upgradable spells, proper dungeons. Many people ask about supported editions and donations. I appreciate generosity. The best way to support us is to leave a review, no matter how brief. Reviews boost visibility and influence sales, and we'll need all the help we can get there. A bunch of tentacles giving you quests there, yeah. 10 months into new project. Heralds might not be the colony ship too, but our world building, complex combat, and multi-path design remain at the heart of this project. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, fantasy is a little less interesting. Colony ship I still kinda want to play at some point. We'll get there. Bethesda talks Fallout's future and lessons learned. Partially kinda got that, I guess, a little. We're better developers for having made a multiplayer game. We're better developers for having developed our own IP now because it's new muscles. Let's see what I say. Tested us in a different way, taught us a lot of things that we never could have known otherwise. I do think, even as we go into titles that are IP we've made before, that we classically understand we're still better developers for having done it, because your brain thinks differently once you've done those kind of things. I think it's only going to make every title we do better. 2022, Howard told the IGN that Fallout 5 will be the next game Bethesda sets its sights on after it finishes Elder Scrolls 6. We're going to do Fallout 5 after that, so our slate's going to be pretty full going forward for a while. Studio has a basic idea for what Fallout 5 will be, saying developers have one pager on Fallout 5 what we want to do. The whole one page there already, right? Well, I guess kind of like general ideas, of course, but still. Quite a lot of work they did already there. Bethesda is currently focused on Elder Scrolls 6. According to director and executive producer Todd Howard, Bethesda has other projects in the hopper. Majority of studios are on 6, but I'll say this, we always overlap. Howard tells Game Informer, so we are very used to overlapping development. I see. Finally trying, yeah, they were learning before. I will say, first looking at 76, we've never stopped developing Fallout. We had a full team on Fallout for a long time. So Fallout as a franchise is the one we're still doing the most work in above anything. Now the majority of our internal studio is on Elder Scrolls 6. We're doing other things with Fallout that we haven't announced. Okay. And you know there will come a time for that. I get the sort of anxiety from fans, like, well, what else? What else? Feed me. Well, look, we're working on stuff and we do like to wait. So I think there'll be a moment to talk about that, and we want to make those special moments for our fans. Working and doing other things with Fallout that we haven't announced. The mobile game, OG, card game. Yeah, was there card game Fallout? Not yet. Hell yeah, dude, it's coming, it's coming. Emil, there he is. Be happy with a game that is as successful as the previous Fallout games, that continues to give fans what they love, you know, and to give them a story that they can get into and systems that they love, and really just an experience that they play not for 20 hours and not for 100 hours, but an experience they can play for 200, 300, you know, 600 hours. Oh no, man, we already have Starfield for that. We know how it went. Because that's the kind of games we make. Stop. Then stop, man. That would be my hope going forward. Like, you make those games, sure, you make those games for hundreds and hundreds of hours, but what make those games playable is fucking mods. So if no one cares about your game, like with Starfield, and no one makes mods for your games, then those 300 hours of nothingness, no one fucking needs that dog shit, dude. I mean, it's Fallout though, it's an Elder Scrolls, right? So no matter how dog shit it will be, there will already established community that probably gonna go, well, You know, it's Fallout. Gonna make some mods for this shit, and those mods eventually gonna fucking carry, and then the same ability or something gonna be like staying there, you know, like beating his like chest like a drum that it's us, we made it, you know, the whole 600 hours. Look, the people still playing our game because we made something big. Like, bro, we made some, you know, sandbox that like modders are making a game out of. And do not write for 6 hours of story. No, no, no. I mean, he's not capable to write like, you know, like even like 20 hours of cohesive story, I would say. What kind of 600 hours, dude? Keep doing what we've done and also to evolve. Evolve in a way that is where the industry has gone and where players have gone, so you're not stuck in the past. Like in the Oblivion remaster that came out, people forget in the original Oblivion you couldn't sprint, so of course we're going to add that in the Oblivion remaster. Things like that. The industry moved on, and so we want to move on with it. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess like the stamina management was a bit more annoying in Oblivion, but like you just get the skills and stuff for that, and then it starts working. Himself added it to remake, yeah. Even though he didn't even work on it. True. It wasn't even them really making that. Silton, I see. True. I think every one of our past games is a learning experience, right? Let's take Fallout 76. Yes, we learn how to make multiplayer. We also learned what it means when you ship a product that doesn't necessarily hit really well right away. And we learned about investing and listening to our players and strengthening who we are and what we are, our own ability to resiliency and adversity and all these kind of things, right? Talk about Starfield. We made the biggest thing we've ever done in our entire lives. We made space, scared of space, think space is really scary, but we made space. All of those are, while it may not be, like I'm going to put space in Elder Scrolls 6. Do not write that I'm putting space in Elder Scrolls 6. We're not going to put space in Elder Scrolls 6. Everything that we learned by putting space into Starfield goes into Elder Scrolls 6. It's all learning. So they need to learn to you know, to actually like not do anything like Starfield, basically. Made space boring, yeah. We're blessed to have a very long tenured team as well, and so all of those learnings from every single one just keep going with us, and I think that one of the things that you can see, the natural progression, as we made our titles, is we do listen to our players. Maybe after some time when the game is tanking super hard. Then maybe you do. And when we start our big list, part of what we write down is everything our players want. We do listen to our players and we do take that in, so that all wraps into this moment of what it all is going to be like. One of those interesting things, you never know if people are seeing the correlation between like 6 years ago you said this thing, I listened to you, I swear. Because look, it's right here. People don't always follow those very long threads, but the amount of those threads that exist are a lot. Someday I just wish I could draw like a mind map of like this guy said this thing on Reddit 12 years ago that never left our brains, and here you go. Took us a little while, but it's there. There's sometimes this preconceived notion that we don't read or look at or listen to any of it. We read all of it, I mean all of it, and especially Fallout. It is interesting because as it expanded its scope, the amount of feedback we get on it is more than just gaming now, right? And so it can be a little overwhelming, but we do read it all. See, so I see. Made the loading screens between planets. Yep, true. True. Loading screens when you enter a different room, yeah. It's kind of curious what is that, you know, the patch that they're threatening to release and that's gonna change Starfield drastically. I'm curious, man. Are they capable of fixing and salvaging that? FIFA puts its name on Roblox title Super League Soccer. The game rebranded FIFA Super Soccer claims 9.5 million monthly active users and 1.5 million sessions per day. That's how you FIFA, man. I know there's some like foodie that is popping off on Roblox. We're just gonna call it FIFA now, and that's us. We did it. We made it. FIFA put its name on established Roblox title Super League Soccer. Yeah, that's how it goes nowadays. All right. This game will now be called the FIFA Super Soccer. The my game now. We made it. Fucking Roblox, dude. Huh? Oh yeah, the FIFA Netflix game that we also saw. The feature improves space exploration. Surely that will work good, eh? Busy scheduling meetings there, yeah. EA shareholders back $50 billion acquisition. Now the deal will go on to regulatory approval. Alright, so this one still moves on. That's gonna be an interesting one. That's gonna be an interesting one where this acquisition will go. Blizzard boss Johanna Ferry says company is in position to deliver reliable cadences of launches. We have iconic IP and in many ways it still has a lot of room to scale, so let's focus in on the cards we have to play. Stop spamming my fucking email with your new Diablo expansion that is not out yet. Like, dude, every couple of days, like, bro, pre-order now and play Paladin. Like, I'm not buying your shit for like fucking 40-50 bucks, dude. No. I already made the mistake of buying Diablo 4 on the release even. Like, no, I'm not buying that stuff. Stop it. Stop it. Now, iconic IP and in many ways it still has a lot of room to scale, so let's focus in on the cards we have to play. It doesn't mean we won't go into new places and territories, but for right now, let's home in on all the iconic stature that we have in the tank for Blizzard, and that's number one. I'd say the other piece and vision is, I believe our best days are ahead of us. I really truly believe that. Oh, who would say otherwise in the position of CEO or something? I also believe that we are in position to think about delivering reliable cadences of launches. Our fans are hungry. They want to get involved and they want to feel reliability as well. They want us to have a sense of what's right around the corner. Let's look at it as a portfolio and let's make sure that every, let's say, calendar year, there are at least one or two really big things that Blizzard is pumping out. And if we can configure our slate accordingly, which we believe we have done, we'll be able to stay top of mind leveraging multi-franchise opportunities that we have. Well, I mean, if you're gonna be recoloring the Hell Tides still, then yeah, that you can do like, you know, even maybe like 10 per year, no problems. That shouldn't be that hard. Press as to how Fairies wants Blizzard to balance live games and new projects. The executive admits that this is a challenge and one that requires a great deal of logistics. Alrighty, Jordy, alrighty. Have a good one. Have a good one. Good luck. The three guiding lights in my head. There's the people aspect of organization, there's products we put out, and there's the planning. This isn't as exciting on paper, but planning allows us to think both immediate term, what's going on tonight, here comes the Paladin, and also where are we with Diablo 4 years from now? And how do we put the right meetings and discussions and talent in place to be able to run it, to be able to run in parallel? Credit the teams who have learned lean in so well to that way of working. I believe if you were to ask really any head of franchise right now, or teams on the franchises, hey, do you know where the thing is this is going to be 3 years from now? They do. And I think we're pretty excited. And then the difficult conversations are, if we got live games, what are you doing? How do you cadence that? How do you manage those different models? What models do we want to continue to espouse? Ramp up, ramp down? And the piss died, yeah. Fairy joined Blizzard as president in January 2024, having previously led Call of Duty franchise. Oh yeah, we sure saw like how good Call of Duty franchise it was doing and still doing, I guess. Well, I mean, it kind of does though, not gonna lie, but is it actually delivering something very poga? I don't know, man, I don't know. Expansions for venerable MMO World of Warcraft and Diablo 4, latter being most recent standalone release in 2023. Company released free-to-play mobile title Warcraft Rumble the same year, and the title wound down this summer, alongside staff layoffs. Yep, delivered 2 titles a year, I guess, 2 big things a year, and laid off some people. There we go. Clarobscure Expedition 33 developer Sandfall says expansion isn't tempting. I think it's good to have limitations when you're creative. We kinda did have that a little last week. The best way to be the best version of yourself. We could scale up, now we have a lot more money, but I would say it's not tempting for us because even the management team and myself would have to be hands-on and doing things for ourselves. We love making games more than we love managing, and so we want to keep doing that. These past 5 years were some of the best of my life, and I want to be happy like that again. Every team is very different, and we build our processes on the way we work, depending on the talents we had at our disposal. So I think the secret is to adapt the game to the team you have, and not the other way around. And mostly, it's not about processes, it's making a game that you want to play. It's contradictory, but try to not care too much about the players, because if you care about your game, it means you care about the players ultimately. The best way for me to care about people is to make something that is sincere. If it feels human, even if there are little flaws here and there, it's forgivable. It just has to have a strong soul and identity. I mean, kinda true. Kinda true. Like, you think of the players when you make something that you would be playing because you are a player too. You just kind of think of the players that are kind of like yourself that also can find the game enjoyable. If you try to think about some other players that are maybe not you, then you don't understand them because you are not the same way. Like, you can't really make... Like, if I'm gonna be making the horror game when I don't really understand horror and not getting scared, that's probably gonna be an interesting one, you know. I guess. Splinter Cell Sam Fisher is back in a VR extraction shooter. Ugh. Wish you in game, dude. Oh, Ghost of Tabor. Oh, VR extra. Okay, I remember this one now. Ghost of Tabor. Okay, we heard about that one. Splinter Cell DLC allows players to become Sam Fisher, but elements like the graph tones of Michael Ironside will be up to them to emulate. Insane. Wait for a new game containing Sam Fisher to surface when you can dress up as him and go on a merry LARP in Ghost of Tabor. Insane. An escape from Tarkov VR. Cute. Time to get the VR. You can get yourself... You can become Sam Fisher. In the sense the consumers don't feel like they wasted money or time. They already won for the most part. Well, I mean, yeah, true. I think that's in general. That is always the case, I feel. I think that is always the case, really. Damn, Steven. Not a fish enjoyer? Come on. Why, you don't like fish, guy? But the thing is, like, it's kind of like about getting people on board though with your stuff. Like, that's the hard part. Like, you make something like take like Ultan's game, right? For example, like, it's really good. Like, I did legit like enjoy playing that. That was really nice. And a lot of people, I think, who kind of actually did play from the community and stuff, a lot of people also enjoyed. Unless except it was people who kind of just got it to support Ultan, right? But they weren't exactly into the genre in general, then they probably didn't enjoy it. But the problem is, yeah, it's like getting the people to actually get on board, to try it, you know. And maybe pause like some short, like they said, right, like in the interview, the creator of the Sandfall, the expedition, right? That like, you know, people gonna forgive you some like little shortcomings if you were sincere and stuff. Nah, they fucking won't. It depends, man. It really depends. If you're making some Poogie Woogie game, then yeah, people probably gonna close eyes to some like shortcomings because like, well, yeah, that shit is like considered Pog. Everyone's hyping it up, so find a little bit of bugs. Okay, happens. You know, gonna get patched anyway. Some like issues with the gameplay loop and stuff. Yeah, people say it's good, then it must be good, you know. And I kind of like it in general. But when it's like some small games and stuff, people be going like, you know, oh yeah, you have this shit? Nope, that's dog shit. Here's negative review, man. Here's a refund and stuff. The Giga competition with a somewhat high price. Well, I mean, even like on discounts now and everything, I guess it's also still not going, not popping off hard and everything, you know. I think it's just kind of like in general, with any game, doesn't even matter. That technically any genre is like super competitive nowadays, technically. Because you also nowadays not really competing with like the same genre, you're competing with other games too. Because like there are some people, I guess, who are like specifically in some genres, specifically with some genres like, you know, only on those. I would say they're kind of niche. But like in general, you're competing with like inside your genre, you're competing with a bunch of other games that are similar, you know, in similar like price categories and stuff too. So it's hard to succeed in general. I would say it's hard to get it's hard to get people's eyes on your stuff. Let's put it that way. So I feel it's like the same like as streaming and everything, right? At least like with the Steam, you still have discoverability somewhat. On Twitch, you don't, for example, pretty much. But the problem is still the same. Like you might make like something insane. You can make like some Omega Super Pog content, for example. But if no one like sees that content, then who cares? You know. Like if no one saw the falling tree in the forest, you know, did it really fall? Like was it actually like that good of a game if not a lot of people or no one in general even like found it or something? Yeah, even good marketing might not help you nowadays. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem. So like it's kind of like, I guess, easy to say all that stuff when you succeeded, but for many people it's just kind of like, I don't think there's a lot of people, like, if anything nowadays I feel industry looks kind of like, if you go insincere, you might actually do better, because like, you know, like all the like what that tweet thread, for example, right, where the guy was like advising that, yo guys, just stop making your dream games and stuff, just make friends love, you know, shorten the scope, you know, cut the features, make like something very short, very little, but it's like the friend slop, streamer slop, and just like pump it out until something, you know, works. And that's how you make money and stuff. And like a lot of people kind of obviously like memed about it and criticized it, and I mean, I agree with them, but I mean, I guess that kind of somewhat works though. I guess that kind of somewhat works for some people. Yeah, true, Ram, true, yeah. Already kind of is, but that's I guess the point. They just like trying to like minimize the expenses and stuff, and just pump them out hard. One didn't stick, whatever, take the same assets, you know, like kind of like just like shake them, like put them back, you know, in the box, you know, shake them a bit, like throw them out. Oh, here's another game, let's go. True, stay true. True. Something stand behind proudly. True, true. That's, I guess, kind of like also the difference, right? Like if you are into to farm, or if you're in because you kind of want to make something that you want to make, you know, that's I guess the difference there. Valve quietly ends production of the most affordable Steam Deck. Yeah, been on that one. Yeah, hello, yeah, we had that before. I mean, the same what they did with Oblivion Remaster, I guess. This one kind of makes sense, like all this stuff. Not producing the LCD models, because like considering how much memory costs now, it's gonna be like probably LCD and OLED will both kind of fucking expensive, and like the difference in price will be like still like basically the memory will become such a massive part of the price that spending those memory modules on LCD will be kind of pointless, you know. Like if the memory, let's say $500, right, and one device was like 500 and another one was like 700, and now the memory got more expensive, so now the one device is 1000 and one device is like 1200, and then this like 200 difference already becomes kind of like, why would you even just get the better one already and don't even spend those memory modules on the cheaper one? Battlefield 6 under fire for suspected AI art in new bundle. Them again. The stickers. Player card sticker that stinks of flawed generative AI design. Two obvious battles, one above the other. Also seems to have two handguards. Which is hardly the most common feature in the world of firearms. True. Just the fact they didn't catch that before releasing shows how little they are trying. Yep. The farm, man. The farm will go on. I mean, did they literally, like, have you seen, like, the Call of Duty, those cards, whatever things in the game? The coal, whatever shit? Like, this, it's literally just the Ghibli filtered AI. Like, bro, like, how even? Like, how did that go through? Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Fnatic seeking $100 million buyout from interested parties. Fnatic wants a full acquisition. I thought, like, usually kind of, you know, they approach you. Like, yo, bro, we want to acquire you. And these guys just kind of like, yo, guys, who wants to buy us? Please, please. 100 mil only. $100 million is one hell of a target. In recent years, esports organizations have been bought and sold for far less, despite being valued internally with much higher price points. Why though? Let's see. Evaluating a sale that would come from with a whopping 100 mil. A report shared late last week, it was suggested multiple parties are interested in securing the brand. Fnatic brought in a consultancy firm to engage investors. Potential buyers said to include companies across a broad array of verticals, including traditional sports, media, and entertainment. Yeah, I wonder if it's also kind of like because of all the like FaZe stuff and everything. There's like a bunch, like pretty much all the content creators leaving FaZe now, all of a sudden. Because apparently FaZe was just like, sorta, it's obviously all NDAs, so no details exactly, but looks like FaZe just had like a bunch of like content creators pretty much on the payroll. Kind of, not payroll even, like pretty much just like free house, free content house, you know, free everything. Just, you know, make content, and I guess we make money from like sponsors or something. And all those content creators kind of got big now. And FaZe was like, you know, they sold to like some Gamba company or something, and the Gamba company guy, I guess, wanted to get them all to like, you know, start gambling or shit, I don't know. Some people say that they kind of just like got like, oh, yo, guys, you know, you're kind of big now, and we kind of like, you know, invested some money into you, or rather you just burnt our money. So how about we now start taking 20% cut from you, from all of you? And everyone was just like, nope, not signing that, we out. And like pretty much like all the streamer, every single one, except I think only one for now didn't post any announcements. Everyone just fucking left. I'm like, bro, what is this business model there? You literally for like years running this shit like for free, waiting until content creators got big, and then you kind of try like, oh, yo, guys, how about you pay now? And then like a Pikachu face that they left. Come on, dude. They already made it. They big now. They don't care about you anymore. Hey, you work Hogsalo. Looking like the garden gnome. Well, I mean, you know, not the worst look, not the worst look. Pioneer roadmap reveals ambitious few months ahead. Well, there it is, I guess. What did they get there? Yeah, it's probably not gonna open because the glorious X. No, actually opening them, son. A New Year event at Wandering Pass, New World event, very new themed items, and like the vagueness of all that. A genuine new main story quest, new world events, new raid mission, new PvP map. February new main story, new world events to be revealed later. March big game update. Damn, son. The Ruski game posting an X? Well, I mean, they're Serbian. They're Serbian, you're forgetting. You are forgetting. They're based in Serbia. No ties with Russia whatsoever. Let's see. Blueprints denies alleged usage of generative AI. Damn, even there. Spoken out against sudden allegations of using generative AI. There's no AI used in Blueprints. The game was built and crafted with full human instinct by Ton de Ros and his team. It's the result of 8 years of development fueled by imagination, creativity, and we're extremely proud of what Tonde has achieved. Alright, let's see. But oh, it's like the expedition fans because they got their awards stripped and they went to complain about who got the award. You think? I don't know. I mean, could be. Could be. Could be. I feel that might be just in general, you know, like people managed to kind of like remove the award from expedition for that stuff, and now some people with nothing better to do are probably like, how about we remove awards from everyone? We just need to like start digging, you know, just for funsies. Let's see, maybe someone else can lose the award or something, you know. Time to go on Pipiega detective route. Arc 2 release window pushed to 2028. Damn, son, what's faster? Elder Scrolls 6 or Arc 2? I wonder. There was a small game news site that accused Blueprints for AI usage. Dude, we're gonna see a lot of that shit, honestly. Didn't even use GPT Copilot to code. I think it's actually like in the India words it was specified. Like it should be like, I guess those don't count or something. It's specifically only like kind of like some specific types of generative AI. I think. Humanity really fucked themselves with that one. The problem, like, well, 50% I guess of the problem. The 50% is the actual, you know, like shitload of AI slope and stuff. Another 50% is the fact that we live in, you know, like the attention economy and stuff, when like the rage bait and everything is farming and, you know, the way to go actually for many, like media and like outlets and stuff, right? So like you can basically like do any Pipiega claim, and that shit gonna like instantly get picked up by a shitload of different other accounts, and they're gonna spread out like fire basically, and you're gonna get some massive engagements, and you're gonna get like some benefits for that, and no one's gonna come back to you and shit on you and like, you know, like I don't know, like cancel you or close you or penalize you somehow for spreading misinformation. Like some single, you know, person, like a few people will do, but majority will just kind of move on with their day and even forget that it was like fake or something. They don't care. Like it already happened before. Like my favorite one, oh man, what was that? I don't remember exactly what was that, but basically like some dude who before was like posting about like some like the CSGO case Gamba and stuff, even streamer I think, or content creator or someone, like some completely irrelevant like person pretty much, like on Twitter or some shit, like posted something about like either some game or some studio doing, I don't know, like some like what was it, like some studio being acquired by someone, which was completely absolutely false and unfounded. But it was like instantly just picked up and spread. I just like opened my own like like timeline, and I see like I think was it Dan or I think it was Dan's Gaming actually just like retweeting that stuff. Like what the fuck? I'm just opening the tweet and then just like checking who posted that, and I was just like, bro, the fuck is that? Who is this guy? It's like some random no one pretty much just like rage baited, like posted some like absolutely unfounded like shit with no proofs, nothing, like insiders said or something, or like my sources in the company said, and like, dude, I think I even like posted some sort of like maybe a good joke about it on Twitter that day too. People want to repost what they want to hear. Can't believe anything. Yeah, it's either AI or it's like actual people, but they just kind of like posting some fake shit to bait engagement. That's it basically. Like I think it's also because everyone wants engagements. Like someone posted some fake shit, they started farming, and someone also kind of like, yo, I'm gonna like repost and also farm and stuff, right? And it just like kind of started spreading, and then like if it actually got popular, some like dude gonna go in also like, oh man, yeah, my sources confirmed that too, and then at some point like some Jason Schreier or someone else with like actual kind of like some authority, I guess, in the sphere gonna be like, yo guys, it's all bullshit, and everyone's just like, oh okay, and everyone just like stops posting about it. But at the best, they kind of like in insider gaming, they usually just go like like right, like updated, it was all like bullshit, done. Like article stays, no one's gonna delete it or something, because I mean it's farming search traffic, right? They're just gonna post like updated, all this article is dog shit, like ignore it, but we're gonna keep it anyway though. But those people who kind of clicked the like and moved on, they're gonna potentially still kind of have it in their head that that was actually the thing, and then they will be, oh, I remember, like that happened. And like, no, bro, that they said it was complete fake. Oh, really? Yeah, all right, whatever. Gonna post something else. Gonna post something else now. Our closed colony to bring new features and story will be portrayed through a MAPPA anime. What the fuck? Oh, it's major expansion to our Ark Survival Ascended. Oh, another one. Another one. Yeah, like that actually kind of like started a while ago, right? Like there was like there is plenty of that like on YouTube and stuff, right? Like all those people just kind of like looking for some either looking for some like like on like Bethesda website they changed like one like CSS parameter on the website. Oh shit, what can that mean? And it's like 2 hours video, like going into it or something. Now you don't even need that. Now you just kind of like come up with some random bullshit like he said, she said, and there you go. Easy content, man. Make some short out of that. Don't even need to like bother with like some massive video, right? Just make some short out of that, get like a shitload of views, and then like funnel everyone to some other videos and stuff. Done. There you go. It's kind of like with DJI, for example, right? Like I like watch some like videos about the DJI and stuff, about their new like products, like cameras and everything, just kind of like monitoring, right? Like Action 6 was not good, so I was like, good. Then I can just gonna still go Action 4 because it's cheaper and it's decent. Nice. And like constantly now on my YouTube, there's like recommendation like Pocket, like the DJI Pocket, like the camera I use in the kitchen, right? For example, like is the Pocket 3 that I got. And there is already now like, like constantly someone like with some like AI pictures or like some photoshops of like, like Pocket 4 announced, gonna be announced soon, dude. There's the details and stuff, and they have so many views on that shit. Perilos? Nope, I haven't tried that. Yeah, there's like all the leaks, all that stuff all the time. Constantly. So yeah, you just kind of don't even know what to believe anymore nowadays, huh? Microsoft debunks that it sets a 30% profit margin goal for Xbox games. The Bloomberg again, alright. The Schreier again, the audit. target was set by Microsoft Chief Financial Officer Amy Hood, who said that 30% target was accountability margins across the company, including Xbox. The report was subsequently backed up by other industry figures who said they had heard similar news of the ambitious targets. 30% target is much higher than the industry standard, which averages 17-22%. In response to the rumor, Microsoft reportedly told CNBC that while the company does set ambitious goals, the reported 30% profit margin target was incorrect. Xbox has had a tough year, thousands of jobs impacted, several projects cancelled. Currently unclear whether Bloomberg will redact or offer more insight into Microsoft's ambitious goals, but should we get more information, we will update this article. With Bloomberg with that stuff, I can kind of believe, because most likely it was Schreier, and at least you know that dude has some sources and stuff. So if he posts some like leaks, claims or something, that one you take with less salt. Still some salt, but not, you know, too much. PUBG Black Budget closed alpha saw more interest than anticipated. Closed alpha test saw more interest and participation than anticipated, allowing us to gather a wide range of feedback from players. Through the feedback shared by those who took part, we were able to assess the potential of the game's atmosphere, visuals, and overall system design. At the same time, feedback consistently highlighted issues related to combat perception, situation clarity, and fatigue during repeated runs. In addition, concerns and reports related to unauthorized programs continued to surface during the test period, leading us to progressively strengthen security measures and anti-cheat responses throughout the test. But imagine like you go into the closed fucking alpha of the game and you already cheat. Like, what the fuck, man? Some players also experienced technical issues such as game stability problems and crashes, and these factors had a noticeable impact on the overall testing experience. All feedback submitted by players is currently under internal review and analysis. Another extraction, dude, coming in. Another extraction coming in. Hideo Kojima wouldn't be in the industry without Super Mario Brothers. The game Hideo Kojima played the most. And definitely the game he has played the most. Played the game for a year while in college and he skipped school to stay home and play it. Without Super Mario probably wouldn't be a part of the gaming industry. Game director added he wouldn't really play the game today, noting that it is a side-scrolling action game that basically just involved jumping. But when you add the dash button, brings subtle changes to jumping, changing trajectory while attacking or dodging. Spoke about how Super Mario Bros. Almost no story, yet it still feels like a player is an adventure. After seeing that the game was pixel art with no story, Kojima felt that the gaming medium would one day surpass movies, and this conviction brought him to the gaming industry. And from Mario to Kojima, dude, there it is. Now we can actually have the motivation to, like, you know, to actually succeed in the game there, and say, like, you know, if there would be no Toad, I wouldn't be in the game there. He made such dogshit games that he wanted to prove that he can make better games, you know. Can make better space than in Starfield. So you went in the industry to show him. Definitely going into that black hole there. Your algorithm gonna be fucked though after that, probably, dude, with all these Elder Scrolls rumors there. Details on Romero Games' Xbox title. So what was there even? The game was known at one point as Hellslayer, centered around the idea of a priest fighting demons. It's also said to be a first-person shooter that had inspiration from games like Hotline Miami, in the sense that if you die, you would instantly restart the area. Sources say that it was a game that had been in the works for nearly a decade, but has been ended in its current state to move forward with a new project. Upcoming game is completely redesigned, titled that takes elements from the original game. The panel in early December, Romero said new project wasn't being started from scratch, but it will still be a different game than what was first planned. Fallout 5 will release 20 years after Fallout 4. I mean, they're still farming 76, and there's still a lot of seasons of the show left, you know, to farm. They're not in the rush. Call of Duty's first Nintendo Switch title is nearly done, it is claimed. First Call of Duty Switch version nearly done and launching in a few months. No, this guy also at least kind of like leaks sometimes solid information, so I guess, but again, the sources I made the fuck up, you know. I made it the fuck up. A Bloober team says Project M's vision could only exist on Nintendo hardware. Make some exclusive there. Players should expect from Nintendo exclusive horror game Project M. Babiana responded, stating that it is very tough for him not to reveal what Project M truly is. But for now, it's still too early to talk about it. However, developers are confident that they will be able to share the first details very soon. Fans of Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Limbo, and Eternal Darkness will feel immediately at home with this game. That's quite the range of games, really. Project M will introduce a bold twist, which is something that no horror game had explored before. Lastly, the vision for this game could only exist on Nintendo hardware. Okay, so there's gonna be some usage of Nintendo features there, I guess. I think they kind of like. I think Bloober is actually like usually kind of shining when they're not trying to do something like super crazy innovative. Like they tried this like what was the name with the where you go between two different like dimensions, and that I think kind of fucking flopped pretty much. They just make some like remakes or some like plain, you know, down to earth, you know, horror stuff, and it goes good. Like Cronus was actually good. I did really enjoy Cronus. Not actually as horror game. Medium one. Like Cronus was just kind of like pretty much sort of Dead Space in a way, right? But like they actually made a story that was really interesting. Like it ran like shit, like holy fuck. It wasn't maybe like super poggy-woggy like gameplay wise, but the story and everything, the world, like that was good. You know, like the very end game twists were maybe a little not my jam, but in general like the world setting and stuff, like dude, that was nice. That's what I like. I don't need like anything super, you know, super crazy. How did they say there? Yeah, like the something that no horror game explored before. Just like, you know, some solid game with a decent story and stuff. I'm down already. I show Speed coming to Fortnite, his latest Icon series. Then when is Ella in Fortnite? It's about time, man. It's about time already. It's about time. It's about time, dude. They're missing out. They're missing out. Getting Ella also there. They get all the streamer skins. The Speed like lately pumping some dang content though, I have to say. Out of a lot of like top streamers, I really respect that. You know, there was like a lot of controversy back in the day, I guess, but at least like the content he pumps is actually nice. Still don't get him, but a lot of people seem to do. I mean, the same kind of for me really, with a lot of like new gen, I guess, streamers. But at least like I like the fact that dude is just like doing IRL streaming, you know, the cool way, just like traveling and showing, you know, his viewers and the world sort of, and has like resources to do that and can do it in interesting and cool ways. So like that I like. So yeah, that is actually really nice. Outside of like the top streamers, I don't think like there is like other ones that are doing something like this. But there's obviously, you know, like the usual gaming stuff, right? You just have like Full Carnage, like Dance Gaming, Ella, for example. I respect that. I like that. Just like, you know, staying in line, doing your favorite stuff. But like out of like the IRL stuff, instead of like, you know, some like drama, nuisance, reacting to shit, I would rather take this kind of content, you know. To be in a game of a big, huge streamer, I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind really. if I would have control over that and would kind of like make it in the game I kind of would like and in the way I would kind of like to be there, I guess, then I wouldn't mind, I guess. Why not? I would rather kind of participate, you know, I guess maybe in some game creation to some extent, rather. That would be more interesting to me, rather than just be some sort of skin or something there.
Tear away my skin. See me from within.
A jerk like all loud and annoying influencers. Like some stuff from the past was, yeah, quite fucked up. But I mean, dude also like was like what, like I think he's right now 20 or something. So you know, like you can grow up. Like before 20, you didn't know me. You didn't know me. I did my part of like the jerk stuff, you know. Let's put it that way, I guess. So. Let's put it that way. You grow, you evolve, and now he like does this kind of content. I respect that. I respect that. Doing all the trips in different countries and stuff. Very nice. I still kind of more into like, you know, the usual kind of like type of Twitch content creator, just like sitting and playing video games, you know. That's more of my jam. But actually every once in a while, like doing something dank sounds kind of cool, especially if you have resources to do that. Why not? Why not? Like I would do like even more like some different IRL shit if I had the resources for that. Like some like fucking RV trip or something, and there'll be more people on board and more budgets. Like bro, sign me the fuck up, I'm down. As long as I could sort out the visa things and everything, I would be down to a lot of things. When you have opportunities, when you have capabilities, when you are, you know, in the position where you can stream and do your thing anywhere in the world, when there is connection, when you can do anything, when you're sitting at home, that's good. That's good. Kind of sucks when you don't use that opportunity, at least every once in a while. To spice things up a little. You don't need to do it all the time. PlayStation Network hacking incident reveals a major security flaw. Another one. PlayStation Network accounts can be hacked with just an invoice number and your username. Monka is hacked despite two-factor protection. A user account login was changed and he was charged €10 as the hacker had changed the username. Journalist was able to recover the account by getting support over the phone, but what's interesting is the information they needed to retrieve it. The report reveals that after spending some time on the column, the information they needed to share was their PSN username and transaction number from an old invoice. The year didn't matter. With that, journalists recovered their account. However, it was hacked again within an hour. This time, user was unable to reach PSN support on the phone and decided to contact the hacker themselves by messaging their old PSN account from a new one. That sounds kind of like some saucy story there, you know, a little. Hacker was strangely cooperative, and revealed that they had hacked the journalist's PSN account using a transaction number you posted on the page. Turns out he had posted one of his bills in an old article, which the hacker could use to get access to the PSN account. Hacker also claimed to have coded an app to access Sony servers. However, that claim hasn't been verified, as the promised video hasn't been shared yet. Journalist got another call with PlayStation Network support, expressed his concerns about his account being hacked, and was then asked questions such as his date of birth, original email address, and original username. At the moment, the request is on hold, with the account seemingly suspended and a 5-10 days waiting period as a response. Alright. So if you have some sort of old transaction number, that is enough, apparently. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense, actually, though, in a way. Kind of makes sense. Even though I guess it is a little bit too light of a protection, but still. Fallout Shelter is getting a reality show adaptation, it is claimed. Then Steve, Monka is the power. Oh man. Just been claimed that Prime is assembling a new reality show, Mr. Beast style. Damn, son. that will plant contestants in a live-action representation of Fallout Shelter. Production will start in 2026, that those taking part in the show will need to build and manage their own vault, keeping their vault dwellers alive. Huh? I would kind of understand if like, they all vault dwellers in some vault, but like every single one building a vault where some other people will live, or what the fuck is that? Survivors live underground, outlast nuclear annihilation, sure. Contestants build and run their own vaults, which are pivotal to the story. Okay, but who will live in the vaults there? So the contestants are managers of the vaults, but who is the dwellers then? Like, they don't contest, they just like, you know, just a bunch of random people in the background, no name. The fuck? It sounds kind of like a weird concept, to be honest. If actually like some people would be just like living there like a reality show wise, I guess, in some sort of vault, that I could kind of see, I guess, being dank. Still kind of not sure about the reality show format in the current year, but like I guess that works. If people watch like the Mr. Beast shit and whatever, then I guess it kind of does work. That would make sense at least, but what they do, I don't know how it's gonna work. Bethesda wants you to play Fallout 5 for 600 hours. Alright, yeah, that we already read in the interview. Not sure about that. Not sure about that. Don't think I want. Don't think I want. Rainbow Six Siege servers shut down after massive hack in another one. What the fuck is going on again? Siege in the marketplace been intentionally shut down while the team focuses on resolving the issue. The incident. Another one. Fans did note that the company did not claim it was a hack, which undermines the potentially harmful situation. Regardless, it is unclear how long this shutdown will be in effect. I think it's kind of back already though, wasn't it? After a massive hack. Reports of possible hacking arose this morning. Players being banned and seeing multiple messages of server-wide bans spelling out lyrics and controversial statements. In addition, some received rare and developer-only skins for characters and billions of in-game credits, amounting to tens of thousands of dollars. Now Ubisoft, okay, that seems kind of like some dang shit if true. Moon.ks. Ashes of Creation digests its first week of early access, counts over 200,000 new testers. Wishlist numbers, team concurrency, patient and helpful community of players get into guts of the alpha. A bit of wind down of addressing non-critical issues as the studio enters the holiday break, which portends delay in support ticket response time. Plans for Ashes development, what they have there. Raising level limit, letting players choose secondary archetype is coming soon, around sometime early next year. Expect more news in January. Work on dynamic gridding, aka cross-server and node tech, is progressing well according to Sheriff, though there are a couple of technical matters that the team is wrestling with. Freeholds and housing are noted as priority feature for next year, and Sheriff promises that its arrival to early access will be different from its initial release and closed testing. That one actually kind of does alright too, looks like. Which is good. That is very nice. At some point I would love to play that too on. Still kind of like pumping alright there. Somewhat stable even. Corepunk maps out new areas, PvP updates, monetization and itemization changes as it eyes a 1.0 release in late 2026. We'll see. Corepunk actually was kinda fun. Monetization updates. Corp on Go, the Battle Pass route. Artificial Core promises that these will primarily offer unique skins, and unlocking rewards will involve taking on different types of content. Passes will have some slight variations of cosmetics for normal, ranked, and hardcore gameplay modes. Pika Saudi Battle Pass cosmetics previewed. As for cost, prices aren't pinned down, but Battle Passes will be free for a 2 to 3 month long period, after which a new pass will arrive and previously released passes will be moved to the cash shop, where they can be purchased to continue progression without any expiration date. I guess kinda alright system. Furthermore, passes will be account bound, meaning different characters can earn goodies. Studio does also note plans for store exclusive battle passes that appear occasionally, but again, firm details on this plan aren't quite tied down as there we go. Release of that one, we could check. Yeah, where is Sultan? His favorite game. Og. Skull and Bones previews next year's projects, including Corvette Large Ship and Waterspouts. I was kind of expecting that will be kind of like, you know, Dead Gear, after they will do the mandatory, you know, 1 year of support, and then after that it's just gonna kind of like pee poof. But it's still going. It's still alive. Surprising. But it's still going. Probably something already completely different from what I played on release. And what I did enjoy. Maybe it's more enjoyable though. But not sure about another. Come on. Not sure about another live service. Enough of that. Not something I would want to revisit, I guess. National faction-based arbitrary factors, historical makeup, and annoying pose. And Bonds is still alive? Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, it was decent. A decent game, just the end game was dog shit. Initially on release, which they fixed later, so I guess it's kind of fine nowadays. Hey, will be alone. I guess it's fine nowadays. Chris Roberts celebrates a year of playability for Star Citizen and full chapter completion for Squadron 42. Well, there's your Squadron news, dude. 2025 became the year of playability for Star Citizen. It was a year where when more people played than ever before, and spent more time in the verse than at any point in our history. That momentum did not happen by chance. It came from a focused effort to improve quality of life, performance, and reliability, and to make the gameplay experience more engaging and rewarding to return to. Roberts also shared some excitement over Squadron 42's progress, pointing out that all the game's chapters are fully playable from start to finish, and that the team at CIG has played through the single-player title multiple times, clocking in a total over 40 hours in length. Damn, it's happening! 40 hours even. There it is, it's real! The Warhammer curse permitted us some pics of Jack Emmert's cancelled Warhammer 40k MMO for Christmas as a treat. The game was beloved by its developers, and one such former dev expressed that love by sharing 1,000 screenshots from the sci-fi project. The images, first noticed by mpfirst.com on a former artist's portfolio, show scenes of regal temples, Romanesque cityscapes, hints of war and heavy firepower, and structures set against mock-ups of characters. Dark joke going around that any Warhammer 40,000 MMORPG project is cursed, as all of them have fallen by the wayside over the years, but perhaps there is another to come in the future to break this curse. Man, one can hope, dude, one can hope. One can only hope. One moment. If we do this, we should be able to watch it properly, I guess. Or not. Alright, whatever, I guess. Ah, there we go, loaded. Loaded them. Happen to Speed Freaks. Still, you know, surviving somewhat. Still surviving. Barely. Barely surviving. Yeah, yeah, someone did count them all. You missed the Squadron 42 news. It's already playable, start to finish. 40 hours of content, man. Single player. There you go. It's real, it exists. Soon. And now it's never gonna happen. Feels bad. Man, why did they count like so many like really potentially decent MMOs just in one moment, pretty much all of it just like poof, completely. All of them. The Speed Freaks is surviving barely. Barely surviving. 55 24-hour peak even. Insane. Living the life. Living the life. Some updates get some peaks even, so you know. It will come back. Copium will come back one day. Let me see what you guys did post. Let's see. Anything there? Looks like you did. One moment. Get that up. Come on, load it. Fuck. The MMO is about Horus Heresy, I see. Could make sense, I guess. Alright, let's see. Open that shit. Good. Next. Get all the articles up that I haven't had them. At least we had them. Alright, done. A wooden claymore is insane. Surprised it did this better. Wait, who? Oh, the Speed Freaks? Yep. I kinda was hoping it will do a little better than that. I kinda did. Yeah, we get that. We're gonna get that right now, actually. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director Naoki Yamaguchi's New Year's message. 2026 will be the year in which we maximize the value of the Final Fantasy VII franchise and further strengthen our multi-platform development. As we move towards the culmination of the remake series, we will devote all our efforts to delivering the title to more players and ensuring it remains beloved for a long time. Continue to take on new challenges, striving to allow players to enjoy the world of Final Fantasy VII in a broader and deeper way. I hope you will look forward to it. More Final Fantasy. First ever fully functional, supremely accurate variable of 1-to-1 a replica of Pip-Boy 3000 has used in Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. Damn son. I have one from Fallout 4 Collector's Edition. That one wasn't fully usable though. You need to put the phone in, which I think like none of the modern phones will even fit in that shit, to be honest. And install the app there. An actual game with actual IP, yeah. Level 5 CEO says games are now being made 80-90% by AI, making aesthetic sense a must for developers. Son. AI becomes more common in game development. In order to break through, devs will need to have a sense for aesthetics. And without AI, you don't need a sense for aesthetics, dude. Huh? Around 80 to 90% of codes are written using AI tools. AI becoming so common, having a sense for aesthetics will be key importance for young developers to break through in the global market. Top game. Oh, it's like, okay. Top Game Creators Academy, program created by Japan's CSA, Computer Entertainment Supplier Association, collaboration with government-associated organizations in order to raise new generation of young developers. Ah, I see. All right. The speech. This program, I hope many of you will get to sort the global stage as game developers. While I'm also actively working as a developer, I recently found myself thinking that AI technology is encroaching upon the creative world. And around 80-90% of codes are written by AI and then fixed up and finalized by human programmers. In other words, it means that right now around 80 and 90% of games are made by AI. And it does not just stop at programming. AI technology is encroaching on art, music, and even game design on a large scale. Not to mention that it is already becoming common sense in the creative world to rely on the power of AI to boost work efficiency. Is why I believe that aesthetic sense is a necessary skill for game developers. Points out, regardless of whether something was made by humans or by AI, it is important to be able to distinguish the good from the bad and select only the finest elements to implement in your work. Also adds that in order to become the best in the business, up-and-coming game developers will be required to be fully proficient at using AI tools and to use their aesthetic sense to further refine their work. I mean, he's not wrong in the part that you probably will be required to know how to work with that shit, and otherwise you're just not gonna secure any jobs probably. No matter what your stance on that, you want to go corpa, you probably will need to do it. Isn't the first time level 5 went transparent regarding the usage of AI? There it is. Aside from using Stable Diffusion for generating 2D and 3D in-game assets, they have been using ChatGPT for brainstorming characters and text-to-speech synthesizer software VoiceVox to generate temporary voice lines. However, as Hina explained in his speech, AI-generated elements are supposedly fixed and further refined by human devs before they are implemented. True, stay true, huh? Nvidia puts 100-hour monthly limit to all GeForce Now subscriptions. Starting January 1st, subscription will be limited. Company implemented this long-lasting promise revealed in 2024 with the option for users to purchase additional playtime as needed. Under standard performance tier, which costs $10 per month, $10 per month, after 100-hour playtime is reached, users can buy extra 15-hour blocks for $3 each. For the ultimate tier, priced at $20 per month, additional 15-hour blocks are available at $6 each. The fuck, alright. It started, there was time limit, I think, on free tier, right? There's now, I assume, no free tier, probably. Any playtime exceeding 100-hour limit is rounded up to the next 15-hour block, potentially leading to extra charge if someone wants to play more. Monka is playing 4 hours daily, about 122 hours per month, results in extra cost of approximately $16 on the performance tier or $31 or $32 on the ultimate tier. What the fuck? Well, I mean, that is unfortunately gonna be inevitable because the server powers and the server power and everything is going now towards AI and shit. Hey Schreider, hello. And especially considering the cloud gaming is, you need the servers with GPUs and stuff, right? And that is exactly what is needed for AI. So they pretty much we have this server that we can farm some generative AI money from, or we can just let people play games on it. So they pretty much making it, well, if people are gonna pay us the same stuff as AI pays us, then so be it. Then we're gonna allow them to play. But with old prices, they probably would just move it to AI, that's it. time to tighten the rules. That is exactly the same stuff. It's the same, like I'm kind of afraid also that like the IRL streaming stuff also gonna get more expensive because like running OBS. There was apparently people said that some servers without GPUs can run OBS decently enough, like the embedded GPU in the CPU could handle, because like modern OBS already got like very fucking heavy. You need like solid PC actually to run this shit, unfortunately, dude. Sadly. So like I'm kind of afraid that the prices for servers that I use for IRL streams, and right now also because I need to use like 2 SIM cards, right? So I kind of like have a whole setup pretty much to stream right now from that. And that means that might also can get more expensive, because you're pretty much kind of like competing. You either like rent out your server to the AI enjoyers to get mad money, or you just like do something else with that server, but then you kind of want to have competitive, you know, pay from that, the payday, so they gonna be increasing prices for everything server side. Everything that is kind of like heavy. Like you get server with no GPU, that shit will be kind of relatively cheap. You get something with GPU, it's like instantly like the bump in price is insane. Normal RAM prices again. Yeah, the stock is bought up completely for a while. The only kind of chance is that there's gonna be like increase in production very hard, and we're gonna kind of like get back to it. You know, like the stock increase, the production increase gonna answer the demand. If that happens, then maybe. But yeah, I wouldn't expect that to happen anytime soon, at least for sure. They just priced higher from the get-go. True, true. Ace is entering RAM production. Yeah, there's gonna be like increase in production, so we might have a chance. We might have a chance to get that stuff in somewhat competitive form. Maybe. Koei Tecmo AAA game studio head Yasuki Hayashi says they may be working on bringing back a mystery nostalgic title. AAA game studio will continue to develop new titles. At the same time, nostalgic title may make a comeback. Hey Zebra, hello. I'm not gonna sell to you, huh? Not expanding because they are worried that AI is a bubble. No, I don't think they give a fuck. Like they can expand and like they can expand and they're gonna sell what they produce without even producing that. Like all the stock like sold ahead of time. Like it doesn't matter what's like, you know, bubble or not. Like they already selling the shit even when it doesn't exist. You know, like there's nothing to be worried there really, to be honest. They're worried but also greedy as fuck, yeah, and that's why they're gonna do that. They're gonna like sell what they don't even have probably before they even started, you know. They just kind of like some aces or someone, yo guys, we kind of plan to make some RAM. And there's like, you know, like a bunch of like bags of money just like being thrown at them. Like, you know, we're buying it all already, bro. Just start making it, you know. We're gonna sort it out later, but we're buying it now. Take it. Not to mention that it's RAM, dude. It's not like some sort of like very special, you know, like ARM processor or something. No, it's just fucking RAM and fucking GPUs, pretty much. Like that, they're not gonna sell it to AI companies, bro. They're gonna sell it to us again. No problems. It's not gonna like spoil or something. It's not gonna rot or some shit. Doesn't require fridges to store. They're just gonna sell that shit later over time. Done. Besides like all these like, you know, like a lot of like these like basic modules, at least, right? They go everywhere, like RAM, SSDs, video memory, you know, a bunch of other devices. There's like gaming console coming. There's a next gen of consoles coming eventually. Give it like a few years more. That's it. I regret of not buying a PC. Well, if you really need to upgrade one, look in the laptops for now. But I don't know, it depends on the place. Like, when I was checking, Here in Thailand, for example, there are still kind of prices are like, you know, somewhat reasonable. But for how long? As soon as the old stock of pre-built and laptops gonna be sold out, the next stock already gonna be way more expensive. That's it. And yeah, I can like should maybe also get one, but yeah, like adding another laptop right now when I can't really ditch my PC at the moment is not really a good idea. And besides, it's still a lot of fucking money already, even without the increased prices and stuff. Like if I want to get something with at least like 12 gigs of VRAM, that's like 5070 Ti laptop edition, and that shit already instantly like $2,000 and higher, like at least. And yeah, I'm kind of not prepared for that yet, so I guess we'll suffer, we'll struggle, you know. At least good thing actually I built this box here, just locked GPUs, even though they said like next year GPU is also gonna increase in price because obviously memory is used in GPUs too, so GPU is also gonna increase in price, you know, even more. Right, Genelo, how we doing? It's really loud. Well, I mean, it is what it is. Nice boss face, nice. Time for the SSD to die. Yeah, I'm kind of scared of my laptop SSD too. Even though like when I'm OBSing and everything is fine. It might be not SSD though. It might be just like this RAID shit that I had. I just tried to like fix it different ways. It didn't work. But if it's just used for streaming, then there is no problems. It's like as soon as I start streaming and gaming on the laptop at the same time, that was the plan, right? I wanted to just kind of like ditch the PC and only like travel with one laptop and stream and game on the same device. But yeah, like it starts sometimes like every once in a while, it just kind of completely fucking freezes for like 5-10 seconds, and that's usually enough for like OBS to fucking go down and stuff, you know. So it's annoying. And it could be because of SSD, we'll see. It's totally like the RAID driver, but like I don't know why exactly. It could be just the driver being PPG. I don't even have a RAID, dude. But could be SSD also. So hard to say. Hard to say. Go in full corpo mode. I see. I see. All right. So whoop, there we go. That is going to be all for us today then. So yeah, tomorrow gonna be one day off. I'm gonna sort out some stuff, prepare for the New Year's. But yeah, Tuesday we are back. Tuesday we stream as usual, New Year's we stream as usual, 31st, New Year's Day. On stream there's gonna be a bit of a yapping segment about the year recap and stuff, you know. So tune in for some of that. Sorry, Della. Boom, there we go. See ya, tune in for that on the 31st. Some gaming and then yapping. And yeah, Tuesday, Might and Magic, Fallout 2. We continue. And yes, soon like IRLing and stuff, everything's gonna be back. But yeah, tomorrow gonna be off, gonna be some Instagramming and everything. But overall, yeah, gonna be most likely quite a productive day off as usual. A bunch of shit to deal with, So yeah, thank you guys for watching, thank you for hanging out, thank you for all the support, all the subs, resubs, followers, donors, appreciate it a lot, thank you so much. The sellout day gonna stay for a little longer so you can get in with all the New Year's and stuff coming in. But yeah, for now I am out. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your evening. See you all Tuesday. I love y'all. Bye bye.